Hello, 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 hello.
Hi.
We
Hi,
had to do
everyone.
a little bit of catching up, as you guys know. Everyone's had issues. I feel better after last week, and Peachy has just been trying to conquer the world, so we had to wrangle her in.
Of course.
You know, and Faye Queen has been out here kicking ass on Twitch this week. If you're not following her on Twitch, I don't know what you're doing with your life. And streaming, you're streaming Tales of Zestria.
Oh yeah.
That sounds like a weird recipe. Oh, so we're gonna use Zestria today. Yes, it requires 10 pounds of beef, finely chopped.
I already changed it.
What, babe? It says Tailscape for you?
Okay, are you in my Twitch chat, Peachy?
I am.
Okay.
What's on it? You want to show me?
Baby, I can't hear you. What? My husband's trying to be a smart ass from the living room.
Say something in chat so it knows you're there.
Something, One Piece, something, live action, something.
Well, do you play them?
I played one.
You've played one?
Yeah.
Which one?
I can't remember which one it was. There's so many of them.
I mean, like calling it the Tales series. I mean, that's
What's that?
There's so many of them.
there's
It's
a lot of
the
games.
Motherland series. Get it right.
It's which one? He said it's part of the Tales series. I'm like, what Tales? Like
Miles per hour?
Sonic and Tails?
There's so many games under the Tales umbrella.
Yeah, like Tales from the Borderlands.
No, not that one.
Have we ever
it's
gotten
just-
a Tails game?
Oh, walk away from me, sir.
Not
I just thought of
Tales
that.
series.
Have you typed anything in the chat yet?
Black
Sega,
Hat
get on
Happy?
that.
Series.
You
That's
need
different.
to pay the
Hey,
tax.
Peachy.
I said you need to pay the tax.
What's up?
Did you type
Wait,
anything
that
in
was
the
a bad
chat yet?
Oh, you want me to type in the chat?
Yes.
Sorry about that. I misheard you.
I don't know that.
Yeah.
Hi,
anything
Moon.
over
Hi,
there.
Black Cats. Hi, Jamaria. Let's see who else.
There we go. Type
There
in
we
the
go.
chat.
How
What's
dare
up?
you? Hi, Natanya. Did I say you could go to bed? Hi, Hunty. Hi, everybody. Peachy is
There we
in
go.
the Twitch chat. We want to see what happens. Nightbot.
There you go.
Aww.
Aww!
That's
Thank
so
you, Peachy
cute.
a hug. Thank you.
Look at this, guys. Her Nightbot says this. How cute.
Virtual hugging. That's so cute. Thank you so much, Faye Queenie. Aw.
That is precious.
It is. Warms
I
my
will
little
say,
peach heart. Peach
We
shaped
don't have
heart.
a little too much to talk about tonight in terms of titles. However,
I was gonna talk about that picture.
I was gonna say I did send the girls a fun little picture that we could talk about because it's definitely about mothering.
Yes. Let's do that.
It's about some kind of mothering.
Ooh, cookies. Thank you.
She gave her now her little bot says chocolate. Breen! Sorry, I'm ADHD. Hi, Breen!
Hello.
Breen never gets to come around anymore. She's so busy with life.
Oh,
But hello, my little animal friend. I've got cool animal stuff tomorrow night, by the way, guys. We got some fun animal things to share, but that's not tonight. I just wanted to let all my my peeps know. Even horror doesn't
thank you
know
for the
yet.
hug.
Fun.
I added a whole bunch of custom commands to my chat.
I told you, like she been busting ass on Twitch this week. And then I
Heck
realized
yeah.
I wasn't following you on Twitch, and so I forgot. I think I was at work when I did that. I was like, let me just get in there really quick and follow. And you were like, hi, Starson. And I was like, I can't say nothing. Hi. And then I ran out the stream. Also, by the way, guys, if you hear anything, it's just me with the slinky.
I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna turn on my air conditioning. Tell me if it's too loud. It gets hot in my room so probably doesn't help that I'm
I would
wearing this,
love to
but
be able to-
it gets hot. What?
Do me one more favor.
Speaking of baby, now
Type
come in and turn on my
exclamation point cute in my chat.
You?
I think he's first of the streams I've actually attended. I think so.
I'm 70% cute.
Oh. It could be 20% cooler.
Don't don't get me started. We all on this beat,
Listen,
and then I get traumatized on
if
YouTube.
there's one thing that I miss being able to do is some My Little Pony memes. But
I missed them. I was never a My Little Pony fan. The music, the fan music slapped. I'm
the
gonna
fan
say
music,
it.
if you look at the first
Discord.
oh my god, the Discord song, is it licensed? Can we play it?
Can we? I didn't even know the Living Tombstone before Discord. I
Right.
know the lyrics because of that.
Like,
I love it.
have you guys?
Bronies.
All right. Do you girls want to risk it for the biscuit? It's a really good song.
It is a really good song.
I just wanted a medium, but the switch isn't on.
Tombstone Senpai, don't hate us, please. We are a small bunch.
Oh, it's so bright now.
Didn't work.
Ew. Have you at Living Tombstone? Right, like he's
Does he still make music?
Let's look up if it's Natanya. Don't worry, you will be. Are you going to bed right now? Or are you going to do your nightly routine first, babe? Okay, then you're going to come give me a kiss goodbye, right? Okay, that's kind of important, sir. God, he almost wasn't going to give me a kiss, guys.
The horrors.
Can we also talk about this 8 passengers bullshit?
The what?
Do you not know, Peachy?
I've been in a rock, Fae Queen,
Oh,
playing
my-
Legend of Zelda and moping.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. I'm completely taking over for a minute.
Well, you can do that while I'm trying to find out if this is the licensed music or not.
You have to, I'll just have to send this link to you.
Yeah, he's still making music. Oh, sweet.
This has 71 million views.
My guilty pleasure music every once in a while is the Five Nights at Freddy's stuff. And like, I've been liking the Little Nightmares song. BioShock. Game music, period.
Do you know about
9 years
the
later, this song
the
still slaps
passengers
harder than my
start
mom.
The 8 what's up with the 8 passengers? Who what did they do?
Oh, 8 passengers. That's not what I heard. Oh,
This sounds like
yeah.
a horror film.
No, girl.
Like,
Go ahead.
What
Flo.
happened?
Okay, hold on.
Where have I?
Girl, you've been under a rock.
I've been under a rock.
This
I
shit-
have the video right here. Hold on.
Is the air conditioning too annoying, by the way?
I don't
Here you
even
go,
know.
Starson. Here's the link to the video so you can play it because we don't have access to share. I don't think we do.
Oh. You don't?
Or maybe we do. Hold on. I think
Hold
she
on.
has to approve it. Okay.
Approving.
There you go.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
This shit's crazy.
Evil family YouTuber. 8 passengers.
It's crazy. Wait,
F is brief, the best tutors commercial.
Yay! I totally need that in my house. Because none of us are in school. Could give me
Ollie
text.
Mailers.
Today we're going to be talking about a
Hey, it's
poor,
Moist
evil
Critical.
YouTuber that
Haters
was just
change
arrested for
Those are
some
glasses.
truly heinous stuff. This is not a goofy topic at all. This is going to take that off of your face faster than if you had watched a James Corden clip. This is the story about Ruby Frank of the very popular parental advice slash parenting blogger slash family YouTube channel 8 Passengers, which is already a really creepy name, by the way. 8 Passengers does sound like some kind of cult. 8 Passengers sounds like the title to a horror movie. And unfortunately, that's not far off because the woman behind this YouTube channel, Ruby Frank, is basically a monster out of a horror film. Ruby Frank and her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, were arrested this week, and they're being charged with 6 counts of child abuse. Now, Ruby wasn't alone with the 8 Passengers YouTube channel. Her husband, Kevin, was also prominently featured in there as well. But for some reason, he's not mentioned in any of this right now, aside from a couple of mentions that he's just trying to keep the family together and help the children through this difficult time with Ruby being arrested. But I can't imagine a world where Kevin was somehow oblivious to all of the abuse the children suffered in that household. There's no way Kevin didn't know what was happening. Unless he's an absolute fucking lobotomite zombie, there's no way he didn't know what the children are being subjected to. I just
Oh, by
can't
the way,
imagine a
recently came out
single
that,
multiverse possibility that
Can't hear you,
Kevin
Nate. In the
is
house for,
squeaky
like,
clean in this
13
situation,
months.
just totally innocent,
Can't
had
hear you,
no
Nate.
idea what was happening
He's
to
too
the kids
loud.
in that house. Especially considering in 2020, Kevin was front and center fighting on the front lines to defend himself and his wife against abuse allegations, defending their parental style. I'll go into a bit more detail on that situation a bit towards the end of the video, but
Pause
basically,
it.
some viewers were really concerned for the safety of the children based on what was being presented in some of the 8 passengers videos, as well as what was being discussed,
Pause it.
such as taking away one of the kids' food
trying.
privileges, as well as one of the kids'
Hold on, let
bedroom
me turn it off for a
privileges.
minute. So the only reason why I want to make sure we do it is because I know that Moist Critical will claim. So a lot of the larger YouTubers, if we watch too much of their stuff, they have been going after reaction channels, and they could consider this a reaction because YouTube looks it through. That's what I was checking, because the Tombstone
Charlie's been doing
not
that.
copyrighted. I double checked. So afterwards, when we're all set with this, we can play the song. But yeah, I'm very careful now because me and a horror were playing stuff. I thought it was the BBC. No, it was a YouTuber that had our thing shut, our monetization shut off. So yeah, shit's getting weird when it comes to playing content on YouTube. Yeah.
Oh, there's an arm behind you.
Huh? Yeah, there's a man attached to it.
Awesome.
Ew! Get off my woman.
Come on.
Oh, this is fighting words, baby.
Fight me.
But
No, I'm
Faye-
kidding.
Faye loves me. But yeah, so pretty much peachy. The mom and her business partner got caught starving and chaining their children up. The children escaped the multi-million-dollar house they were duct taped to the wall in and ran to the neighbor to beg for food. A 12-year-old and a 10-year-old.
I think it was only the 12-year-old that got out.
Yeah, the 12-year-old
but
ran to the
police
door.
were called. Yeah,
The 10-year-old was
The
the
police
in the
were-
house.
the police were called and they went and found the other kid duct taped, arms and feet, and then apparently the daughter came out and said she had been trying to say stuff for years and like nothing happened.
Yep, she was
like,
in college,
they-
away from the house.
Yeah. They didn't find anything, and then on top of that, one of the kids apparently had said that she took away his room because he pranked his brother.
I wasn't the prank was really bad. Like he
um,
pointed a gun at his little brother. Like the pranks he did were really bad. But
No, this particular one, when he was talking about the video, he told his little brother at like 2 a.m. they were going to Disney World, and his little brother packed and everything, and then he told him it was a prank, so he like got his hopes up and crushed him. But that wasn't the prank. That was the prank that got his room
it
taken
was
away.
both together because he said, because in the video later he goes, yeah, and then afterwards I pointed a gun at him and I thought it was funny, and they were like, you just got your room back. Now I will say that taking it away for a week, I could see that, like, you know, oh, you don't get a door, you don't get privacy because but I found out the kids share the room, so I understand in a sense. For a couple of days, maybe. No, you're gonna sleep on the couch to show respect to your brother. Months, almost a year. You made your child sleep on the couch. Really? Oh no, I'm not even on the couch, on the beanbag. On a beanbag. You made your 15-year-old son sleep on a beanbag. Like, do you lack the ability to actually teach your child a lesson? Because I doubt the kid really learned anything. Like.
And then there was also a thing about her saying that they would lose dinner privileges if they didn't do their chores. Not her like telling them, okay, you don't get dinner until you go outside and pick that up. Like I've told you to do it all day. You can eat after you do it. No, they would not get dinner.
Like, and not just for a day. Like, again, I can understand, no, you have been bad all day. You beat up the cat. You did this. You're not going to get dinner tonight. Go to bed. No, this would be no dinner for like a week, 2 weeks. Like she was just, and she thought it was funny. And this is the biggest problem I had. So like, I understand if your child is 12 or 13 and you say she's in charge of her lunches, she didn't pack her lunch, so she's going to suffer for the day so she remembers it. Her 6-year-old was in charge of packing her own lunches, and her 6-year-old forgot to pack her lunch. The school called her and said, hi, Mrs. So-and-so, your daughter forgot her lunch. She's very hungry. We'd like if you brought her something. And she said to the school, I will not bring her food. She's going to learn her lesson because she's in charge of her own lunches and she didn't pack it. She then said, and I am telling you, do not let anyone give her food. Do not.
And
I
that, and then
Go ahead.
and then said to the gambler she hopes no one gives her food so she learns her lesson. Like, it's one thing if you like what I do with my husband where I make him a shit ton of sandwiches, he just has to grab and go. It's one thing if your 6-year-old is in charge of their lunches that way, where it's a grab and go, because everything's already made. They just have to stuff it in their bag. It's one thing if that's how they're in charge of their lunches. It's another thing too for you not to bring your 6-year-old something to eat, or
Because they're 6,
have
they're gonna
money
make a
on the
mistake.
lunchbook so they can go to the cafeteria.
Right. Like, she's 6. I'm sorry, but a 6-year-old is gonna make mistakes. I understand, like I said, if it was a teenager, oh, absolutely. You knew better. You've got a routine. You want to be a big kid, then you're gonna have to take big kid consequences. A little kid? I just, what she's doing is she's taking punishments that are deserving of either older children or of extreme issues and just applying it across the board. Like, there is no level.
Hi, Lottie. How are you?
But there's no level.
She sounds like one of those parents that have this mindset of if I treat my child like an adult, they're going to mature and act like an adult.
She actually, in Horsing as her business partner, the house the children were duct taped in, the two of them were hosting classes and seminars on how to be better parents. People were paying them to give them advice about having a balanced mommy life and how to discipline your kids properly.
And what's really, I guess I'm numb to this stuff now. And it's really sad that I have to say that, because this isn't the first news story that I've heard of YouTubers, family YouTubers, vloggers, or whatever, that have come out with, guess what, they've actually been abusing their children for all these years.
Oh God, yeah.
I think it was you actually started saying, was maybe you, someone who said that there should be laws at this point about that can protect children, like family YouTube channels.
I did. I feel like at this,
but because everyone is so old in in Congress, they don't understand even what YouTube is. There are people who still call the internet I'm gonna go on the interwebs, and just,
I say it funny, but it's like,
Hey, Peachy, I get what you're saying about like being numb to it, because I was completely like the same way. Shit hits different when you have a kid. I'm like pissed. I don't want to see anything about this shit anymore.
I'm pissed because for me, like, so the reason I'm pissed, right? Because I agree. In the one hand, I'm numb to it. Like, so I am with both of you on this. I'm numb to it in the form that, oh, big shock. Like,
yeah.
So that's not that but on the other hand, I am pissed because, one, as you all know, I've got a new little niece or nephew on the way. On top of that, I have 16 nieces and nephews. And I have had to use punishment on all these children. I've had to either spank, ground, put in corners, have talkings to. Oh,
not the corners.
Oh, and I'm big on the corner. The corner.
I hate the corner.
What I do? Nose to the wall, hands on your butt. Do not turn around. And if you turn around, you add 5 minutes on. So,
ooh, hiss.
Yeah, well, you know what? It works. And
no, I have bad memories of that, because when we were put in the corner, my parents would forget.
Oh yeah, no, we don't forget.
My mom put me in the corner one time for so long that she ended up falling asleep, leaving me in there, and I ended up falling asleep, and I woke up in the bed.
Okay, see, no, not in my understanding. We always were like alert, but I do this. Oh God, you're gonna judge me. I do the same thing with the dogs. When the dogs are in trouble, they sit, and I have them in the wait command until they have finally learned their lesson. Then I go, okay, and they get up. I'm very alert about that stuff. But the point is, I understand having to use what some softies will say is corporal punishment or some kind of firmer punishment. Like when your nephew bites his brother in the eyeball enough to draw blood. You're going to get a spanking for that. You're going to go to bed early for that. You might not get dinner because you tried to maim your brother. You might get in a little bit.
You already had enough to eat.
Right. You already had enough to get the flesh.
You're good for tonight.
You might get in a little bit of trouble if you try to stab the principal or stab your teacher. You're going to get in a hell of a lot of trouble for that.
I'm so tempted to do it and just piss both of you off.
What?
Ice cream so good.
Yum! Ice cream is so good. You guys donate.
It
We'll
was
do it.
just
No.
too perfect.
Imagine
It was just too perfect. Look at the chat.
snack. Oh my
How long
god!
do you think? No. How long do you think that trend's gonna last? I'm actually curious.
It's already dying. You don't hear about it anymore.
Yeah.
Because the girl that was doing it, she does it so much. Did you watch her? She was yelling about it on camera, and she started repeating everything in the same thing. She's like, "When you come at me, when you come at me," and she was saying it like someone had given her a command.
Oh no!
And I was laughing. I was like, "Oh my god,
She broke herself.
she broke herself." Like, I don't think she even realized
That's
she was
actually
doing
kind of. You know what? I have way too much empathy.
it. And but
And I hate saying that too, because when you play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So, and humans have to face consequences when they do something.
Or, as I like to say it, fuck around and
I
find
love
out.
both, depending on the company. And
But a part of me can't help but feel bad. It's like, man,
I
if
feel
only she
bad.
saw that coming.
I feel bad, but her
She saw something coming. That's why she's all mad and pissed off now.
yeah, she all paid. But you know what? Bitch, you made your money. Stop complaining. She's just mad people.
I know people are so blinded by how much money they're making, they
I
don't
feel like-
realize that.
I
hey,
feel like Star Saying got the joke and Peachy just didn't.
what was the joke?
Go ahead.
She saw something coming and that's why she's mad now. Her whole
Now I
downward
get it.
spiral started because people were leaking her OnlyFans.
Oh, she had an only.
Oh yeah, and it's all over. And the thing is, she's like,
her poor child.
and she's mad because people did not honor the integrity of OnlyFans.
No, I feel like that we should actually have a stream about OnlyFans. That's something I believe we really should talk about and touch on
I
because,
think we should do that
and I've
next
said this on my own streams before. Everyone has the right to make their own decisions, but I really, 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 really wish OnlyFan models, both men and women, but mostly women, would just be more upfront and honest about what their work is like. And I genuinely think there are more cons than pros. If they were like, as long as you genuinely like what you're doing, that is the only like satisfaction you'll get out of it. If you expect it to never get out there or someone to never find out about it, or for photos to never be leaked because it says it's protected and safe, you are deluding yourself.
I vote that next week we don't, because I think this is something where we should all bring our own stuff to the table, because that's a really good discussion. So I don't want to do it this week because I think it's a really good discussion, and I agree with you, we should do a stream on it. But I feel like Faye, of all people, for sure, is gonna have opinions. She always does, and she's gonna get the goods of like with the 8 passenger stuff. And like, what do you think, Faye? Next week, this is what our thing should be: discussing OnlyFans and parents and things like that.
Sure.
You sound hesitant.
So excited.
I mean, it's just kind of. I have my opinions on the whole thing, but it's one of those things where like you said it, and then now like my brain is like working on like, I'm gonna have to think about how I feel about that.
Exactly. That's why I don't want to do it
It
today.
it all comes down to all the little details that come with it. You know what I mean? Like if your kid's young, I would say, like just as a quick take, and we can go more on it later. But if like your kid's young, let's say 5 or 6, 7, whatever, and you're like an OnlyFans model, by the time they're old enough for that really to be embarrassing and them know enough for it to be embarrassing, chances are nobody's gonna fucking remember you. But if you have like a 15, 16, 17, like teenage child and you're doing that, probably shouldn't be. Cause I'm like, it's.
That's the thing. Like,
the
I
little
think this is
detail.
going to be a very complicated subject. There's a lot to go over it. So I love that you came up with that idea, Peachy. I want to save it to next week so that way we can fully mull over exactly
Yay.
how we feel about it. Because I really want to discuss that. But going back to this thing at hand, I would say all of us have babysat someone in our lifetime. Girls always tend to have babysat at least one kid in their lifetime. As the 2 kids who have been forgotten in the corner, what punishments do you think are fair to kids? And like, what do you think deserves a spank, for instance? What do you think deserves spanking? What is an offense
There was a video I saw of a child who was waiting to cross the street with his mother, and I guess he saw something he liked, so instinctively he started darting across the street without looking both ways, and he almost got hit by a car. The car, thankfully, actually swerved out of the kid's way just in time and hit a pole, and the mother smacked the child upside the head a few times, and I was like, deserved. But in the comments, people were like, "That's abusive. She shouldn't have." And I'm like, no. I'm not even a mother, and if that were my child, oh, they're getting a smack. Because the video, that kid literally almost got hit by the car. They were very close.
Right, like to me, that's this is a bad thing. Do not do it, because the kid didn't get hurt. So a lot of times, like, kids don't understand the bad because nothing bad happened. They don't really have that self-awareness to know bad thing could have happened, because bad thing never happened. So they don't quite get to that. What do you think?
I'm sorry. I was driving home late from somewhere, and I was driving down a very narrow street, by the way, and there was like parked cars and whatnot. And in one of the cars in particular, as I'm literally just about to drive past it, the passenger's door opens and I see a child just about to get out. And I can't remember if someone like yanked him back or he saw me and went back in real quick, but I drove by and went, oh my goodness, I was startled. But even as I was driving away, I could hear the mother screaming at him like, what is wrong with you? Ah! And the kid was like, I didn't see you. And I was like, oh,
pay attention.
And I thankfully nothing happened, but it did startle me. I don't like driving at night either. So I was like, oh man, I hate driving at night. And that's another reason not to drive at night. But that's another deserves. If a child puts themselves in legit danger where something bad could have happened, or they put someone else in danger and something bad could have happened. So like, I think that's the only time just desserts are served.
Right. So like I was talking about how like, for instance, holding a gun to your brother or biting your brother's eye. So things like that you think are absolutely. What about you, Faye?
Okay, first thing, Lottie, that's because people don't beat their kids anymore.
You know what's a really good weapon?
Back
of a hairbrush.
I got the belt.
My mom used to get this old one from Avon that was solid plastic. When she'd knock me upside the head with that, I could still feel it. That was like, that crack. There's nothing like a hairbrush upside your head. It's not a good upside.
So, yeah, everybody in the chat, if you grew up getting spankings, what was the one thing you remember being hit with? How about that? Let's get some questions on that.
Brush, wooden spoon, fly swatter.
There we go. Let's get some chat going about that. And then,
slipper.
So as far as me, like what constitutes a spank, that's really gonna depend. Because as I said before, I want to be kind of a responsive parent at the same time. So and growing up, when I was babysitting, when I was dealing with tantrums and things like that, usually I went with the restraining method, because if you let a child cry and scream long enough and let them get it out of their system, because they're learning how to regulate their emotions, usually things are okay. As far as spanking goes, it's going to depend. Now, if it was something like very, very serious, right? Probably immediately. But my general rule is probably going to be the three chances you're out. Like, okay, I've told you to do this. Now you're going to the corner. And when I let you out, you're going to go do what I told you to do. Oh, well, I've given you 10 minutes. You still haven't done it. So now we're moving on to the next step. Because we've talked about this and you understand. And I'm not playing around anymore. Go do it now. Right now, where I can see you do it. Or you're getting spanked. And neither one of us wants that.
See, now that's how I've operated. So I've always operated under the like 3 chances rule in a lot of ways. And it didn't matter. Well, okay, so it did matter to an extent. So if it was like, so for instance, my nephew would vehemently refuse to pee in the toilet. And he would fake going into the bathroom and peeing. because he enjoyed pissing himself. And he would piss himself on my chairs. And he would piss all over all of my chairs and not tell anyone because he didn't like the responsibility of going to the bathroom. So after the third time he did it, I turned that booty purple. And I was like, you are going to go with someone monitoring you. Because I had 5 kids in the house at the time. So I was like, one of your siblings is going to go with you. You're going to whip it out. You're going to piss in that toilet. And you're not going to walk out of that room until you do it. And I had to get him in the habit of it. Because, so for me, it's always the same thing. Like, when the kid sits in front of me, my rule is always this: you're not in trouble if you're honest. Now, if it's like you said, someone's in danger or did something violent, oh no, then we go immediately. You got spanked. You going to bed. Like,
You're also apologizing to the person that you hurt.
Yes.
And you're going to give a proper apology.
I
I hate when people apologize for stuff and don't give a proper apology. I'm sorry for hitting you. Okay? You're going to tell them that you're sorry. And you're going to tell them why you're sorry. So you understand that what you did is wrong. And they know what you're apologizing for.
And that's the main thing I would do. Because, like, for instance, like if I would say, Bella, apologize to Trenton. And she'd go, and this is the literal face she makes. Bella, apologize to your brother. Say it louder. She will purposely mutter because she doesn't want to have to do it. And so that's when, now I've told you twice. All right, now you either say it appropriately so Auntie Cassie can hear you, or I can spank you. Then you get to go in the corner while your butt is still stinging, and then you're going to come back and still apologize. I'm sorry, Trenton, for what I did. That's right. Hug your brother.
Oh, not the hug.
Oh, and and so that is a thing. It's typical, like what Faye said. I'm very methodical with the kids. Now, what I always did was this. You tell me what you did wrong. Okay, this is why I'm mad at you. You are still in trouble. So you're going to lose this privilege. Could be a video, could be the tablet, whatever. Turn around, and this is literally what I would do. I call it the ceremonial spank. I would go, turn around, and I go. So that way they understand no matter what, they're going to get the punishment. But it's not going to be a real one. It's a ceremonial. You're still getting spanked. You're going to say you're sorry, like you said. Or if you did it to me, like one of the big things in my household when the kids stay with me was attacking my animals. Throwing things at the cats, cornering the cats, grabbing them by the tail. Or the big one was Orion. So the thing is, Orion is a lovable dope. Very smart dog. However, he loves to play. So the kids, he's 110 pounds. So I told them, you can pet Orion, you can play fetch with Orion, but you will not wag things in front of him, and only the kids taller than him are allowed to do this, because Orion's a tall dog. The older kids are allowed to tug of war with him because they're big enough to handle it. But anyone else, you're not allowed to do it. The moment Auntie Cassie's cooking, the moment I'm turned around, not only would they lure him over with toys, he'd knock them down, then they would punch him. Oh, and then they'd scream at him, bad dog. Tobias, the one who likes to pee himself, was the worst about this. He would call Orion over, and then he'd slap him on the face and go, no, bad dog, bad dog, bad dog. And I'm like, you're fucking up my dog's training. You're fucking with my dog. After the third time. And so it's stuff like that that would get them in trouble. I'll talk to you. Then I'm going to punish you. Then we're going to get... And so like Faye said, it's always that 3-step. Because I want them to understand what they did wrong. It's not enough. If you just spank a kid and then walk away. And I think a very important thing is, I know it seems a little... to the kid, it seems a little shitty. But I think it's important. At the end of every punishment, I'd be like, understand this doesn't mean I don't love you. And it doesn't mean I don't like you. I don't like what you did. And you've disappointed me. And I've had to teach you what you've done wrong. And the kids know, you don't cross me, you listen to my rules, you get to do whatever the hell you want.
I'm gonna...
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. So one of that's what my childhood was very weird. And I don't want to say like I was the goody two shoes who literally done that. As much as I joke about that, of course I was a brat, right? But I actually don't remember a lot of my punishments. A lot excluding the stupid wall standing. I couldn't stand it. That's like the one punishment. I would rather be spanked 100 times than stand in the freaking wall. That's another story.
That's what because it's mentally harder.
It is because I'm just standing there and I couldn't do anything. And ADHD. I was like, I can't do this.
ADHD away.
I know, right? It was. I remember
my ADHD. I was
so angry. I remember hearing like my heart pounding. I was so mad every time I was up against that wall. And again, my parents, my dad specifically, I remember one time he actually fell asleep and I had to stand there. And I remember I was like, should I wake him? Should I not wake him? If I wake him, he'll just ground me again. And I'm going off topic.
I'm sorry.
I don't even remember what I did.
Me off. I make them all sit in dead silence. No tablets, no TV. Auntie Cassie gets to play on her phone, and you all get to sit there and stare at the wall.
But I also got punished for stupid things. But again, that's another story. But what was I talking about? Right, when you said that I'm not mad at you, I'm disappointed, I love you. While I think that's valid, I disagree with the fact that you should be saying that when your child is in that moment of anger themselves.
Yeah, I wait till the end.
You should say that when things are like all kind of calmed down, then pull them aside. Like, do you know why I was mad at you? Do you know why I did this to you? I want you to know that that's just because even if this has happened, I still love you. I'm just trying to help you, or something. Like after everything's kind of calm, when the dust has settled. That was the mistake my parents made. They would be like, they'd punish me, and right off the bat they go, "It hurts." Pretty much, it hurts me more than it hurts you. Talk, and that infuriated.
See, I agree
because they wouldn't even listen to my side of the story. It was just, and another thing that I would disagree with that they went wrong was when I asked them what I did wrong or why they won't let me do this. It was, because I said so. Never a reason.
Oh, no, I give a
like,
reason.
They couldn't say like, because it's raining. It's I don't know. It could be I don't want you playing outside because it's raining too hard and you don't have the proper equipment. It was because I said so. And as a child, you don't understand. You're like, why can't I do this thing that you told me I could do before? That never, ever, ever say because I will never tell my kids because I said so. I remember even as an 8-year-old thinking I am never doing that. That is the one. That's probably why I was against the corner. Like I hated it when my parents said because I said so. I just want to know why. I don't care if it's because I don't want you going outside because I can't see you from outside from what I'm doing in the kitchen. It's always because I said so.
The only one that I think feels okay is when you're like, no, you can't have that extra thing at dinner. Why? Because I said so. Go. Like, that's different.
Like, no, it's not. Just be honest about it and say, I don't want you bouncing off the walls. That's why you can't have dessert. I'd be like, okay, fine. And I wasn't a dessert kid anyways, but that's just tell you, be a little, and I'm not saying be strict. If they ask you at like 7 years old, where do babies come from, be that honest with them, but just be a little bit like, give them something that because I said so, we'll just make the kid do it anyways. And then everyone's upset.
Eggs and gravy.
What'd you say?
Eggs and gravy, Peachy. That's where babies come from.
No, but I could not.
And mommy and daddy love each other
because
very
I said
much.
so. I cannot stress enough how bad that made that. Ooh, that messed me up.
But see, I do always explain that. I don't know about Faye, but like that's something where I explain. Do you understand why? I said, do you understand why you can't do this? And I usually, because again, I'm an explainer. I want you to understand exactly what I'm doing, so you can't come at me later and be like, that didn't make any sense. Oh no, motherfucker! I don't care if you 1 or 100. You're gonna know exactly why I'm doing what I'm doing. You gonna know, and I make sure they know. No, you can't play with my 110-pound dog. Why? Because he's triple your weight, and he is a big dog, and you whine like a little bitch when he jumps on you. So no, you can't play with him. Now I don't say whine like a little bitch, but I do in my head.
And then I forget who mentioned it, but someone mentioned about how, I think it was you, Peach, how people were like saying, "Oh, that's child abuse." The thing, there's a whole section on the internet and people who believe that spankings have led to very violent children with like issues. And I can't completely disagree, but here's why. A lot of parents, well, I can't say a lot, but there are many parents who take spanking to a level it should not be at.
Yeah,
they'll punish your kids and say they're spanking you, and they beat their kids.
If you
That's
leave a
not
bruise,
getting-
you've gone too far.
That's not giving a spanking. That is physically abusing your kids. So a lot of people confuse the two. You should never beat your kids. I've told the story before. And you should never ever hit your kids in any capacity without letting them know what the reason is.
There has to be a reason.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. Like, a lot of people conflate spanking with abuse, and I'm like, if you think spanking is abuse, you don't know what abuse is, because abuse is without any cause. The kid just happens to be there. The kid's crying. The kid spilled milk. The kid might have, been a little bit late. Any mistake results in getting a beating. And it's not just you get spanked for a second. There's a couple of hours of repeated hitting, repeated hurt, and there's no explanation. And then when the kid tries to ask a question, it's shut the fuck up, sit down. Like, there is a difference. And these people, I've been accused of being a child abuser because I believe in spanking. That's it. Even by someone that I considered a very dear friend. She got very mad at me, deleted me from everything. Because now she's had a kid, so suddenly she's an expert on all children. And then she tried, this was another thing, she tried to get mad at me because I got mad at the CDC, because the CDC said if your child is obese, don't put them on a diet, don't change their food, don't let them exercise, give them weight loss surgery and pills. Ooh! And she said, well, it's the poison in the food. And I'm like, then change the food. All the food is poison. And I'm not going to, of course the kid's going to want a Pop-Tart. If the kid never ate a Pop-Tart to begin with, they're not going to like it. She goes, well, my son likes it. Well, why did your son have it if you think it's poison in the food? If you know this food is bad, I said, let's pretend your child's fat. She goes, let's not. Like, got mad at me for a hyperbolic question.
Her child's gonna he's gonna be a little bit entitled.
Oh, I
can
already
already
know.
see
The
it.
worst thing is she was never this way. Then she had the kid. Everything fucking changed. And my thing is this. I get it that there's bad foods. If you know it's bad foods, if you know that it's not good for your kid, and your kid is under the age of 2, then why does your kid even know what these foods are? Why are you giving them to him? Why does he know they exist?
They are pretty gross.
Annie, I just have to let you know that your statement right there
It's true.
is
I
completely
mean,
false.
Pop-Tarts are gross.
No, completely false. See this plate right here?
I
You want to know what was just on this plate when we got started? It's a motherfucking Pop-Tart.
Pop-Tarts aren't kind of it. The only Pop-Tarts I'll ever eat are the cinnamon ones.
The pretzel ones. I'm sorry. 100% the pretzel
Blech.
ones were the only good ones. But I like off-brand Pop-Tarts. So, like, there's this Ghetto
good.
Gastronomy out of Target. I'm gonna try them because theirs look good. And then there's another brand. There's a donut shop that makes handmade Pop-Tarts with like fresh pastry dough and fresh jam. Now that's a Pop-Tart. But
I think you're
toaster
confusing
strudel is superior.
Pop-Tarts with toaster strudels.
Toaster strudel
Yeah,
is definitely better.
Toaster strudels are really good.
Toaster strudels are good. I eat the cookies and cream and the s'mores ones. I like the sweet Pop-Tarts.
I remember. I remember
Too
the
sweet.
first time I had a Pop-Tart. I was in 5th grade. I was sitting in my elementary school, and it was a strawberry Pop-Tart. And everyone had told me these were the most amazing things. The commercials all told me these were amazing things. I remember eating it, and I was like,
Strawberry is ass.
oh,
It's
it
not
is
that
bad.
bad.
Again, the only one I had that was good was the pretzel one. The pretzel caramel.
I love the cinnamon one. I used to like the strawberry one. Then one day I ate it and I was like, it's not that good.
They're just not. But I saw James. Hi, James. I love you. Here's your gold star. Mwah. Hi, and Breen loves me too. But it's like it's. And by the way, hi, Rachel. Hello. But it's just like it floored me that people are all like, well, it's this, that, and the other. That's abusive. You're being abusive. You should stay away from all children. You should cut ties with all children. My nieces and nephews love me. When shit hits the fan, do you know who they contact first? Me. I was the nanny to 3 sets of families of kids with at least 2 kids in each family, the maximum 5. And I watch these kids on the daily. All the kids know. You come to my house, I'll make it a fun day. I got a big ass yard. Before, when I had a little more money, I had little kits full of coloring books and bubbles and toys and backyard exploration kits. I had all that stuff. You can have a blast with Auntie Cassie as long as you're not a little dick. You don't do my rules. You don't obey. You don't listen. You try to fuck around. As Faye said, you're going to find out. I've got a video. I'm going to see if I can bring it up on here of my nieces and nephews. They begged me to clean my carport. They listened to some trap ass music in this I'm going to see if I can get it up. Hold on. It is somewhere in my files.
But as far as the whole thing, spanking and it being physically abused, I've told this story once before on stream, so I don't mind telling it again. I've actually had moments where my mom used to beat my ass for reasons to this day I still don't know. I woke up to getting my ass beat one day. I hear her like half asleep, just talking to her girlfriend in the other room. And then like 5 minutes later, she comes into the bedroom and just starts beating the fuck out of me with the belt for reasons I don't even fucking know to this day. She would get mad at me for something as simple as watching an anime she didn't like, and I would get dragged out of my room by my hair.
Mhm.
Yeah, I used to get my ass beat for the stupidest of reasons. So you cannot tell me a spank equates to that.
It just doesn't. And this is what I don't get with people. Like, I fully understand if you are someone who has been abused. Fully understand that. I get it. I sympathize with it. But you cannot tell me it's the same thing. And it's a lot of people. It's the same women that sit there and say, we in America are oppressed. And they sit there.
We are. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know, we're just so oppressed. And then they sit there and say, like, you know, I'd rather go to China or North Korea. And they just spout out this bullshit about where they'd rather go.
Then
Where
go.
they absolutely have less rights. And you listen and you're like, wow, you're just choosing to be retarded. Like, you're actively deciding this is your goal in life. And that is the same idea I have with these people.
I think one of my husband's favorite points to bring up is how people in, like, I think the UK, and Lottie, tell me if I'm wrong about this. People in the UK will spout things like really woke things about how, like, abortion should be legal everywhere and things like that, but abortion's not legal there. I'm pretty sure.
It's not legal in the UK.
It's, as far as I know, it is legal. But hold on.
I thought it was.
This is just something I've heard from him. That's why I want Lottie to let me know if that's wrong.
Well, while we're waiting for that, I'm gonna show you guys something cute. So this is the tall one is my oldest niece, and then those are her three little siblings. The one all the way to the right. Can you guys see that in the window?
Mm-hmm.
That is Arabella, and then the one second from the left is Tobias, and then the one in red is Trenton. So this is these kids. They're out in my carport listening to trap music, dancing around, having a blast. They begged to do chores when they come to my house because it's such a big house. And so, like, they get to do
What
whatever.
is the song? I can't hear the song.
Well,
There we
I'm
go.
glad you can't because I don't want it to get tapped. I know it is a song that has "you fucking bitch" in it.
Ooh.
And that's what caught me off guard. I was like, because I turned on and listened, and I was like, "Excuse me," because right after that video, I get on the microphone, and I'm like, "Excuse me, Alexia, what the fuck did I just hear?" Sorry,
I got caught listening to once. This was my version of it. I told Leon this, and he was like, "Every day is something new with you, Peachy." I listened to a lot of Eminem growing up. That was my rebellion. So one time I got caught listening to Rap God, but I guess my parents, or my father in particular, didn't understand. He was going so fast. I guess he didn't compute that the words that were going
They're not
on. He was
someone who
like,
talks
"What are you?" He was like, "Listening to your anime music again?" And I was like, "Yup." Yup. I love rap. That was like it. Because I'm very strange. Because when growing up and going back to childhood, I got in trouble a lot of times for being angry. No one was allowed to be angry in the house. You raise your voice even. And that's another thing. That's another thing I feel like.
bills.
No, that's the thing though. Another thing I'm gonna do when I'm older. Even if when you're a kid, of course you're gonna act childish, right? But I do believe that to an extent they have the right to feel things, and like if they're angry, let them be angry. There's a difference between being angry and like cussing you out as a parent. It's like, okay, that's not okay.
For me,
but if they're
being
angry,
bratty, like if you're crying for a real reason, then I'm like, I let you. But if you being a little shit, I am first to say, keep on crying. I will give you a reason.
Like there were moments like I would just be angry, because again, my punishments were very.
Well, the problem is
I got punished for missing the bus. I got my punishment for missing the bus one day was no electronics pretty much for the rest of the week.
I'm going to in a second.
And I was angry.
I've got my finger over it.
And I wasn't allowed to be angry.
I'm gonna share
even my dad actually sat me down and was like, what did he say? I can't remember, but it made me really angry. I asked him, what do you want me to do? What about this when I'm angry? He was like, well, when next time I punish you, I want you to say, you're right, Dad. I will go in the corner and I'll make sure to never do this again. And I looked at him and was like, you serious? And he was like, yes. And I actually did it one time. And I was like, when he punished me, I was like, okay, Dad, I'm going to go stand in the corner. And I did exactly what he did. Told me to do script by script. And I still remember to this day, the look on my mom's face who was standing there. She went,
oh my God. And see, I told one of my friends this because I found out one of my nieces, and I love her, but she learned that she didn't actually have to be sorry. She just had to pretend long enough to apologize. And I realized it because she came to my house and my friend had left out. Now, mind you, at this point, I already had Greta. So I already also had 7 cats. Okay? That free roamed the house. She left beef jerky open on the surface when she went to sleep. And when she woke up, Zora was eating the beef jerky. And she looks at me, she goes, he didn't even have the dignity to look apologetic. I said, you're mad that you left meat out and a cat ate the meat. And even though he hasn't gone after it again, you're mad he didn't look apologetic. I said, but has he touched your jerky since? And she said, no. I said, that is the difference, because I found out her kid at the time, now it's different, wouldn't actually get a punishment. She just had to say, I'm sorry, Mommy. I didn't mean to. I won't do it again. And then turn right back around and do it again. And so that's when I realized she felt appeased by the performance rather than by the action of not doing it again. And I told her, I said, that's the problem. And so that's the thing. I don't want just the performance of you saying, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. Won't do what again? Why won't you do it again? What did we learn? Why is it bad? Like, you need to know these things. And like I said, when my nieces and nephews are at my house, I feel comfortable enough, one, because I live in a very safe neighborhood. I'm up on a hill that's over 100 feet from the road, and we're on a curve, so we're not directly facing the road to begin with. I have security cameras over the entire property, so I can watch them when I'm by myself. And plus, they had a 12-year-old girl out there with them, so I trusted that. I trust you to go out there, have fun, play in nature, have a blast. You're allowed to do that. I want you to explore. I don't want you sitting in there. But like you were talking about being angry. So Bella is our little angry bitch. We can call her that when she's not in front of us. Because she got mad because at the time her family had to stay. This was like towards the end of the pandemic. Her family had to stay with us for a few weeks. And none of us had a lot of money. Like at all. We all were pretty broke. And there wasn't a lot open. There wasn't a lot to do. And she was going to go, it's boring in this house. I don't want to have that food. It's gross. But she would eat it when no one was looking. And she would sit there and throw a tantrum. She threw her Switch across the room. She would whine when she got to use. So she had a tablet, she had a Switch, okay? And they were allowed to watch TV. If the movie was not to her liking, this is stupid. And she would sit there and she'd pout and she'd huff and she'd puff. She'd throw a tantrum. And so these were things that she would do. You're not allowed to be angry over that kind of shit. No, I don't care. You want to be angry. You're not allowed to throw shit. You're not allowed to throw tantrums. You're not allowed to get angry. And you're not allowed to, because she made everyone's life hell those 2 weeks. And so she, amongst all of them, got the most attention from me. And at one point, she mouthed off enough, she got slapped right across the mouth. I said, do you want to remember how that feels again? Because I can keep reminding you. And she was like, no. I'm like, then you need to stop. This is hard on everybody. Your parents are moving because they were trying to get to a new location. So I was the middle ground. I'm like, this is hard on me. This is hard on Uncle Matt. This is hard on your brothers and sisters. This is hard on my animals. And this is hard on your animals that, yes, I was also fostering in my house in different areas. It was very convoluted because her dog, because Orion is so aggressive, her dog got to sit in a crate outside in the carport until at night when I would crate Orion and Greta. And then her dog could come in her crate. It was a whole thing. So these were situations where we were very stressful. It was hot. We were all broke. And this is like where I see it like that. You want to have a tantrum in your room by yourself where you sit there and you huff and you puff and you glare at the wall and you cry your tears. Good. You go do that in there. But you are not going to take it out on anybody else. So that's why, like, for me, I am very much in, no, you don't get to cry those tears. No, you don't get to pitch that attitude, because the problem is, for me, if you don't curb that, that develops into an adult who feels they can do that in any situation. We all know that one person that once they don't want to be somewhere, they make it everyone's concern. They take it out on everybody and they make everyone feel like shit till they get to do what they want to do. I guarantee you both thought of just one person in your life that you don't hang out with a lot because they do that shit. Oh God, you're so lucky you don't know those people. Well, there's a reason why I know those people, because I took pity on them.
Well, I was sheltered. I didn't get to know a lot of people.
Real
And then we
quick,
see it on Twitter and laugh, right? Entitled people.
There was a
Aww.
message here. My dad has a bad habit of trying to guilt me sometimes. Like, if I got mad over something, he says, sorry, your dad's such an asshole. And I'm like, I didn't think that's how you said it, buddy. That's called gaslighting and guilt tripping.
Yep. Instead of sitting and saying, I'm sorry, I am being an asshole, it's, well, I'm sorry, your dad's such an asshole. It turns it around.
Or when they say, I hate it when they say, oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. And it's like, but can you understand why I'm upset? Like, no, it's like, I'm sorry you feel that way.
There is
I'll be
a...
back. I gotta use the bathroom.
All right, well, I'm going to make sure your baby... We'll stare at her baby while she and I talk. I agree. Like, there is a big difference. Like, again, I think context matters in it. Because on the one hand, if you're in the right, or they're in the right, and they go, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. I get that.
Now, again, it could be my circumstances were a bit different.
Yeah,
Again, like the whole
like,
missing the bus thing. Like, I was upset that, here's the thing, and diving a little deeper into my own childhood, right? I did a lot to try and prove myself to get these, restrictions lifted, which that's another thing, such as like going to friends' house and whatnot. And one of the things I had to do diligently was pay attention in school, don't talk to friends after school, study after school, and never miss the bus. And the one time I missed the bus because I lost track of time trying to study.
Mm-hmm.
I ended up calling my grandfather. And I remember to this day, after calling him, being in the car and be like, please don't tell my parents. Please don't tell my parents that you came to pick me up. And I guess he ultimately did. Because it's not like he couldn't. He's like, hey, I just want to let you know. I don't know. They found out somehow, right?
Right.
and they sat me down, and I guess they looked so disappointed in me, and them telling me we're taking everything away from you for like a week. And I tried being like, but I didn't do it on purpose. I was angry. And they kept dismissing that. Like, I'm sorry you feel that way. But and another thing that ticked me off was the fact, like, we're doing this because we want you to never do it again. And to this day, it doesn't make any sense because people make mistakes all the time.
I wouldn't mind if it's something you did all the time, like you were a constant. Like,
no, this wasn't this wasn't consistent. This is the one time.
That's a big. Again, that's excessive. There's an excessive thing. Like for me, I am definitely passive aggressive when I need to be, because like Rachel said, saying it is a passive aggressive thing. Like for instance, any of you that know me know the whole Gothic situation when she sent me that letter and she was mad at me. I absolutely said then, well, I'm sorry you feel that way, because I didn't feel she was right, and I had no issue being passive aggressive. Now, flip side that, and bring it all right into screen. By the way, parents, Cracker Barrel has some really cute outfits for fall and winter. But anyways, so I get that portion of it, but parents have to be able, and this is my personal opinion, parents have to be able to say to you, you know, again, like you said, you can't show this attitude right now because of this. Or when the kid is angry about a punishment, once the kid gets old enough, like you were saying, you should be able to discuss it with them. Like, Cassandra, you repeatedly have your room messy, which I did. So your room is going to get cleaned. If you do not clean it, kiss it all goodbye. That was my mother's rule. I didn't clean my room, but I knew what I was doing. But I always figured as long as I could find pen and paper, I'd get entertained somehow. I could stare at a wall and be entertained. So for me, it wasn't that big of a punishment, but I really didn't get in a lot of trouble as a kid anyway. Honestly, the most trouble I got into was my room being messy. But it's just stuff like that where that's an extreme. Like, so Peachy missed the bus once, and her grandpa had to drive her home. And her grandpa, she begged not to tell him. He told her parents anyway. And then her parents sat her down, were super disappointed, very upset, and then grounded her for a week from all her privileges for the first offense.
And that's what it was like growing up too. Like again, when kids make mistakes, obviously you should try to correct them and make sure it doesn't happen again, and whatnot, especially if it's like a consistent thing. But when I made mistakes, they made it apparent and they held it over my head. Like, oh, can I do this? I don't know. Can you remember when you forgot to do this? And they'll hang it over my head for months. You see, like that bus missing. I mean, can I do this? Oh, I don't know. We couldn't even trust you to get the bus on time. Can you do it? We don't think you're ready. And it's like when they started giving me privileges and I make one mistake, it was 10 steps back from there. And I had to start all over again. That's what it was like growing up.
Hashtag let kids be kids.
Kids make mistakes. My mom and dad always. So like with me,
PT were the same. Hey.
I was the kid that was very independent, never made any mistakes. My brother repeatedly, and I mean repeatedly, would forget about projects until the night before. And my mom and dad, like, that was something he'd do all the time. Me, I never did. I was very independent. I do my own projects. I get them ready in time because it was a craft project for me. Like every project that I would do, usually it was craft, building something. It was taking photos, drawing something. So I was always thrilled to do them. So my mom and dad never had to worry about that with me. But Philip screwed up plenty of times. And they wouldn't punish him for that until like it got to be a really bad habit. And then they'd be like, okay, you can't play video games for a few days. But it's just like, it's the extreme. It's the extreme reaction. It's the extreme overreaction. The only time my mom did an overreaction, I was 18 already, okay? I need you to understand this. I was of legal age. I decided one day to, instead of getting off the bus at my stop, I had a friend that was about 4 or 5 blocks down from me. And her name was also, coincidentally, Cassandra. I wanted to visit her house. My mom and dad were not home. So I went to her house. I lost track of time. My mom and dad didn't know where I was because I wasn't allowed to have a cell phone. And my mom was like, that's it, you're grounded. And I was like, I'm 18. You can't ground me anymore. But the reason why I was grounded was because nobody knew where I was. I wasn't where I was expected to be. And there was no way for them to find out where I was. And I was gone for I think it was like 2 or 3 hours. And it was fall, so it was getting close to dark. So that made sense. And I forgot how long she wanted to ground me for. But she got over it quickly.
Here's my take on that. Here's how I feel about it, people. Even though you're 18, if you are still in school and mooching off your parents, have not moved out or gotten your first job, or mainly taking care of yourself,
house for 3 years,
not paying rent.
Went in.
I mean, Peachy's significantly older. But if you're between like the ages of 18 and 19, and your parents are still taking care of you, you're like not doing anything independently. You haven't started college. You haven't gotten a job. You're not paying rent. You're not doing some sort of adult things, and you're still being treated like a child, essentially. They're paying for your food, your bills, all that other stuff. I don't give a fuck if you're 18, if you're still in school, living under my roof, and I'm taking complete care of you. You are still old. You are still young enough to be grounded in my house.
I apologize, everyone, for Axel absolutely assaulting the microphone. I don't know how that sounds for everyone, but that was Axel nuzzling the microphone. I agree, Faye Queen, because that's exactly what my mother said. The only difference was I had had a job since I was 15, and every paycheck I had went to my mom and dad till I turned 21 for every job. And I was working 4 days a week. And I also did household chores. So it was like...
Did you get to keep any of the money?
No. My mom and dad, like I said, we were really poor. I would have to ask. That's the one thing that a lot of folks judge me for. When I finally wanted my own money, I went and I got a second job. So right after I graduated high school, I worked for Stop and Shop in the evenings. And for about 3 or 4 months, this is what I did. My life was this.
Can you highlight Hunty's message there real quick? I want to address that when you're done.
Okay. I'm living with my parents. So here's Hunty's thing. I'm living with my parents. I've got a job. I'm in school. Oh, come on, Axel.
I'm like to be treated like a full adult at this point, which sucks. But that's like, in that case though, you're when you say you're in school, is it college or is it high school? That's one thing I'm asking about.
I think it's college. See, for me, I worked 2 jobs and I did my first semester in college. So I was like busy. For 3 months, I had no life. I would get up, go to work at Lin's and Things. I would go to my first semester at school. Then I would come home, take a nap, go to work at Stop and Shop, do it all over again. And so that's so I could have my own money. Well, hi Red. After my after Stop and Shop tried to screw me over, I quit there, and then after that, all my money became mine. My mom had finally gotten a really good job, and I was like, Mom, I'm 20. I'm gonna be 21. I need to have my own income that's mine. And she agreed. So after that, it was all mine. But that's the point is, that's the only thing I would say my mom and dad did that was bad. But even then, it wasn't really bad because it wasn't like they were taking my money and fucking off to like Bali or something. That money went into living expenses because the house we were in was built in the 40s. It had a live wire somewhere in the walls that was exploding electricity. So like there were months that our electric bill was up to $2,000.
Ooh.
Like, and I think once 5,000. Once. It was because it was a wire that was just blowing through electricity. And there was also the issue with the house. So my money went into the household. And so I don't fault my parents for it. And afterwards, my mom, when we got inheritance from my dad's old man, she took care of all my debts. She paid up all, and I think it was like $9,000 in debts from credit cards and stuff like that.
That's nice.
So we all got a little. My family took care of each other. We were all a unit. If one person had money, everyone benefited from it. And we honestly still kind of work that way now, even though my mom is gone. So again, that's the closest I could say. Besides my mom forbidding me from getting a cell phone, and I don't know why she had it in her head I couldn't handle the responsibility of a cell phone. The first 6 months, Starman and I were dating. The October after we started dating, he and I went to Providence Place Mall. T-Mobile was having this free cell phone thing. If any of you remember back in the early 2000s, T-Mobile had those little Samsungs that were a strip of red or a strip of blue. He got the red, I got the blue. We had numbers that were one number apart. That was back when cell phones were super new. And so we got to pick our cell phone numbers that were like almost identical to each other. And my mom got very mad. She's like, "You're not allowed to have that." I'm like, "I'm paying for it. You don't get to decide that." And
I think the whole cell phone aspect, parents not wanting their children to have one, people will tell you, "Oh, it's the dangers of what they can go on," and blah blah blah. I think it's a trust thing.
my mom was afraid somebody could hurt me.
Not necessarily.
And remember, back then there was no internet on phones, honey. It was just calling and texting.
True.
It was a flip phone. That was it. But my mom was afraid that somehow someone would hurt me. Like, my mom was constantly afraid of me getting kidnapped. That was her. She would say all the time, "You don't understand. The road we're on, somebody could snatch you, take you. They're going to take you to Connecticut. They're going to put you into the black market. You're going to be sold into slavery, and I'm never going to know that you were gone." Like, she would have this whole rant about it.
The world is so much different today than it was back in my time.
Oh, yeah.
No,
it was
I
great
think
back then, too.
so. You
It
might
was
not know
because
this,
of her day.
Peachy. You might not know this, Peachy, but Starson probably knows about this. The time your mom probably grew up, there was this huge thing where it was on the TV and in the news so constantly that every time a child was kidnapped, it would blow up and make it seem like it was a huger issue than it was. Kind of like how gun crime is like a huge issue in the news
Yeah, my
now,
mom
where they
watched
blow it out of
2020 like a
proportion.
devil.
Because the thing is when you blow something up in the news to where it's like making national coverage, it makes it seem like it's a huger, bigger issue than it is, because you notice it more when they're loud about it. So there was you can look up, there's a documentary on it where there was a huge point in time where everybody was just warning parents about the dangers of their kids getting kidnapped and snatched off the street and everything else, and just
80s and
causing
90s.
panic.
Yup.
So yeah.
I
Like I
agree.
said,
Because that's my mom. My mom would watch 2020 and Dateline, and she would watch Oprah, and these people all covered this very very religiously. And so then we'd watch Maury, and we'd see Ricky Lake and all these shows, and they would cover these issues. This is back before they all became like just trap shows where everyone's trying to figure out who's the baby daddy. Back then, during the early 90s, these shows genuinely were trying to they were huge. Talk shows were gigantic. Who was covering this story? Who was covering that story? And my mother grew up at a time during the 60s when trafficking got really, really big. Drug abuse got really, really big. And my mom personally knew women that got stolen, brought to other countries, sold off. And don't forget, in New England, there's a lot more chance of, that happening because of where they're located. We were in higher traffic areas. If you went to the West Coast, if you were in the high traffic areas of the East Coast, these are things we were ingrained in. So it wasn't even my mom thinking back in her day, oh, no. My mother back in her day was neurotic. She just became more neurotic when she had kids. Because like Faye said, it was stranger danger was one of the biggest issues when I was in school, telling us, be careful of the vans, be careful of whose people are prowling around waiting to kidnap you. And the thing is, then you hear about these stories of these people in Walmart following moms, following this, who got snatched, and child kidnappings became very big. Then you have these moms who lost a kid, and then they go into infant ward and steal a baby. These things happened. And so, like Faye said, even if they were small, my mom didn't care. It could happen just once. All my mom had to do was hear about it. I actually said to my dad, I was like, in some ways, I'm kind of really happy that my mom wasn't around for the pandemic. Because my mom was a germaphobe. Okay? And if she was hearing all these things about this happening and that happening, oh my God. She'd have bought.
Was she like Mr. Monk?
Oh my God. She loved Monk.
I love Monk.
She loved
He's
Monk
such a
because
good.
she related to Monk.
I heard they're trying to make a new series.
Huh?
I heard they were going to make a new series. I don't know if they're still doing that.
I don't know. But
Mr. Monk is a great show.
but I will tell you right now, I'm older than both of you, but Faye is a little, closer to my age, and she's 100% on that they've had us convinced from jump to be terrified. Now, I don't disagree that stranger danger is an absolutely real thing. I don't disagree that there are people who will absolutely try to take somebody. I don't disagree with any of that. However, I don't believe it's to the point. And plus, when your daughter outweighs half the people that would potentially kidnap her, and my dead weight, and I say to my mom all the time, I'm like, Mom, if someone tries to kidnap me, they have earned it. If they can lift my ass into the van when I am out like a light, I'm not gonna fight them. Because they stronger than anything I could ever be.
And here's the downside to stranger danger, right? Is that it was so heavily preached, and it's still kind of preached now. Mind you, yes, there are strangers that will do weird things. But nowadays, we have learned that you are more likely to have something happen to you from a close neighbor or family friend or member of your own family than you are from a complete stranger.
Unfortunately.
It's the truth.
It's literally the equivalent of keep your friends close, but your enemy. No. Never mind. I disregard everything.
I got what you were saying. Like, here's the thing. My abuser was someone in my family. And so it's like, when you have these things, a lot of folks don't realize that, yes, it's true, but now see, like when I was young, like Faye said, around 10, the no, don't touch this is my no square, that didn't exist, but the idea of it, the story was about a grandpa and an uncle in the family. It wasn't about some dude down the street giving you candy. But the girls all learned about the uncle who might do that to you, the family friend, the grandpa. That's what we were taught, and that is a far more accurate thing. So the thing is, like Faye said, even then they knew what the actual threat was. But when they would broadcast it on TV, and instead of privately in a classroom, it was, beware of the person coming down your street in the white van. You need to watch out for those strangers. They're going to come get you. Like that's how they do.
Why would they do it like that?
Because a scared public is an easily manipulated public.
And
that's the toilet paper issues.
The more scared you are, the better the ratings, the more money you make. That's why CNN did so well during the pandemic. True story. They did so well during the pandemic. And then they started their own little like streaming service. And then after people started like, okay, we don't give a fuck anymore, they lost a shit ton of money and no one subscribed to their streaming service. Like nobody gives a fuck about CNN.
Didn't they close it after one episode?
Do you know what I love? When they closed, I had more subscribers than CNN Plus. I had more consecutive watch hours than CNN Plus. You know you a failure when the most minor of YouTubers is beating your ratings.
There's literally like my husband will tell me stories about how places like college campuses and airports and things like that, like CNN and news stations will pay them to have TVs that play nothing but their network.
They lost that, They lost that contract. So they had made this, like, when I tell you top tier contract with all the airports, that CNN was the only news outlet. But it was Trump or someone argued against it because it was, you trapped your audience. because some people would be stuck there for days, and the only outlet they could get. So I forgot what it was. It was like canned views, something like that. And CNN has gone down because the thing is, they covered Trump and the pandemic in such a sensationalized and large way that by the time Biden came around and all the bullshit Biden did got crickets from CNN, but they were continuing to cover Trump, they shot themselves in the foot. Because even their core audience was like, but Biden do this. Why am I hearing about Trump? He's not even president anymore. And people were starting to put two and two together. And that was the brilliant thing, is that CNN...
No, the problem was that Corn Pop came after CNN.
Say it again?
The problem is that Corn Pop came after CNN.
That man doesn't even finish a sentence anymore. You know that? If you watch... Guys, he literally can't even finish the sentence now.
We have to elect him because he was going to end racism.
I know, 81 million strong, but it's like,
if I had to, I almost laughed at those commercials.
Should we tell Peachy about Corn Pop and how he was a bad dude?
Corn Pop?
The young black kids would come and they'd rub my legs,
down. They were blonde in the sun.
Oh my God. When he was on the campaign trail, I don't know if you were watching back then, Peachy, but
I couldn't stand him.
Oh my God.
He just didn't make any sense to
I'll
me.
send it on it privately. I'm going to find the Freedom Tunes video covering Corn Pop.
I was really wanting to show my mom
one
that when he said, if you don't vote for me, you're not black video.
That
I was like, Mom, do you want me to show you this video? It literally says him saying this stuff. She was like, no.
People that were on the Biden campaign that I knew personally refused to believe it was true. When I showed him, and he goes,
they refused to watch it. Why though? I was like, it's right here. She was like, no, he's pro-black. It's like,
I want to show you.
My husband made a joke one time with my mother in the car, and she got pissed because
I'm listening.
He said something along the lines of that I couldn't be black because I didn't vote for Biden, because apparently my mom didn't know about the joke, and she got pissed. And then we explained the joke to her, and she just didn't care.
They don't.
And just because we're talking about Biden fans, by the way, it goes both ways. If you're a diehard any fan, you refuse to acknowledge the wrongdoings of your idol at this point. It's concerning.
I found the Corn Pop video.
All right,
by the way.
So we'll
Discord.
We'll watch Corn Pop, and then we're gonna watch Discord because we've been wanting to do it. But I'm gonna say this. I will say this about Republicans, because I don't disagree that they downplay it. However, they don't vehemently deny it like Democrats do. They'll be like, oh yeah, I saw he did that. I don't care. With Democrats, they're like, that didn't happen. That's a deep fake. That's not real. That's misinterpreted. So there's a difference. Like, Republicans will own it, but still allow the shit to happen. Democrats will just pretend it didn't exist at all.
Nah, I don't think Republicans all own it.
Oh, I see all the time. They're like, oh, well.
Didn't that one lady who's a Republican just get caught recently, like, groping a man?
What? No. The man was groping her. They were in a movie theater, and because she got tits for days, this girl. And apparently
that would have been a power move. Someone groping you, so you just grope them back. that would be a
grab his
power
crotch
move.
Afterwards, but
that's kind of funny, though.
He put it out on left titty in the middle of the theater. He put his whole hand in and everything. He was going for it, and I'm like, that's just. Anyways, let's. Now, did you make sure it's not licensed, right? We can watch it.
We can watch it.
Are we gonna watch the whole thing?
Well, what
Freedom. It's Freedom Tunes. We can watch it.
Why is it? Okay, there we go.
Popcorn. I animated Joe Biden's pop speech.
Corn Pop speech. Yeah, you ready?
They animated the actual speech.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
So it's his actual voice in the video.
Right. This is Biden talking, just your animation.
I learned a lot. And I learned that it makes a difference. This was the diving board area, and I was one of the guards, and they weren't allowed to, it was a 3-meter board. And if you fell off sideways, you landed on the darn cement over there. And Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did. And back in those days, to show how things have changed, one of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a bathing cap. And so he was up on the board, wouldn't listen to me. I said, hey, Esther, you, off the board, or I'll come up and drag you off. Well, he came off, and he said, I'll meet you outside. My car, these were all public housing behind it. My car, there was a gate out here. I parked my car outside the gate. And he said, I'll be waiting for you. He was waiting for 3 guys in straight razors. Not a joke. There was a guy named Bill Wright, Mouse, the only white guy, and he did all the pools. He was the mechanic. And I said, what am I going to do? He said, come down here in the basement where all the pool filter is. You know the chain, there used to be a chain that went across the deep end. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm going to wrap this chain around your head.
So
I said, you kidding me? He said, no, if you don't come back. And he was right. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And they had, those days, you used to remember the straight razors, you'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in the
people behind
rain
him look
barrel,
so
get them
uncomfortable.
rusty.
these are all kids.
And I looked at
too.
him, but I was smart then. I said, first of all, I said, when I tell you to get off the board, you get off the board, and I'll kick you out again, but I shouldn't have called you, Esther Williams. I apologize for that. I apologize, but I didn't know that apology was going to work. He said, you apologize to me? I said, I apologize for that, not for throwing you out, but I apologize for what I said. He said, okay, he closed his straight razor, and my heart began to beat again. I came down here because I remember the first bumper sticker I saw.
Hey folks, thank you so much for
He didn't
watching.
say the part. The other part he says is that back then when he was a guard, the little black children would all come up to him because they'd never seen a white person before. And they would run their hands up and down his legs. And
his
watch
hairs
the
would turn
little
blonde in the sun.
hairs in the sun.
No. The best part of it was, and I quote for quote say this. He used to have kids jumping. He remembered what it's like to have kids jumping in his lap. He remembered what it was like to have roaches in his lap.
When you tell on yourself. And mind you, I want you to all think
He's
about
gonna save the black community.
He's going to save you all. But I want you all to think about this. The only reason we were able to sit through that is because of the background music. Those people didn't get the luxury of the music.
And I think people knew deep down he wouldn't be a good president. But people were so infuriated with the existence of Trump being in office they would have taken anything and anyone.
That's exactly what they did because they were
And that's
people-
exactly what happened. And now you see people going, "Oh, I should have never voted for Biden." Politics have destroyed our country, man.
My
Tulsi
favorite,
was a
one of
great
my
choice.
favorite YouTubers is running for Congress right now, and in Texas, and he doesn't want to do it as a career. He only wants to go 2 years just to get the person that's there out until somebody else can take over. And he's been memeing it so fucking hard.
I respect
There's
that.
there's a video he did where he went to like the Capitol and he went in, found this guy's office, and he was like reading the plaques on it. And he was like, okay, and then he goes to the other plaque that says, come right on in. And he was like, don't mind if I do. And he tries to open the door to his office, and he was like, oh, well, look at that. It's locked.
He certainly did say that, Annie. He said, poor kids are just as bright as white kids.
And then
You just went silent, babe.
sorry, I hit the button. I'm getting used to this mic.
It is very cute, though.
And it is a very cute mic. But let's cleanse our palates from the embarrassment that is our president. If you were here at the beginning of the stream, this, back in the day, this was the fucking song, guys.
Oh my! I see Alistair's song over there.
Oh
Another good
my
thing.
god. I have not listened to this because I have been so deadened by the I'm waiting to skip this. I don't know how many ads there are. I think it's it's one of two. Okay, so
He said it because he's racist. Yeah. Oh, this I haven't heard this song.
there's an
I haven't
animatic
heard.
to it. It's so fun. And I gotta find it.
I know the lyrics.
Not a fan of puppeteers, but I've been nagging fear someone else is pulling on the strings. Something terrible is going down through the entire town, wreaking anarchy and all the rings. I can't sit idly, no, I can't move at all. I curse the name, the one behind it all. Discord, I'm howling out the moon, it's living in the middle of a summer afternoon. Discord, whatever did we do to make you take no other way? Discord, are we afraid of love, or are we just a station for taking back the world? Discord, we won't take it anymore, so take it to your radio.
Watch out.
I know the song. It's been a long time since I've heard it though.
When I tell you this song does not have the right to slap like it does.
This is how I knew Bronies existed. This song.
I'm fine with changing status quo, but not in letting go. Now the world is being torn apart. A terrible catastrophe, played by a symphony. What a terrifying world. I can't sit idly, no, I can't move at all. I curse the name, the one behind it all. Discord, I'm loving out the moon, and sleeping in the middle of a summer afternoon. Discord, whatever did we do to make you take no other way?
Okay,
This is why I'm not allowed to play music at my work. Like crap like this.
So take it to your radio way.
So when I tell you guys, I have no idea.
I know all the lyrics.
So this
Oh,
song,
man.
so Living Tombstone, back in the day, when you guys look back on the Bronies, he's the reason why the Bronies really started coming out. There was this whole movement for a while where everyone was writing songs, making animatics.
They were good.
They were just good songs. And the owner was the creator was all for it. The voice actors were all for it. There was a whole video animated by the original creator, Lauren Faust, by Twilight Sparkles and Discord's voice actors.
Oh my gosh.
I will find the video for you. That song.
I'm surprised they didn't make an appearance in the show.
Huh?
At least like did they look, because the Living Tombstone clearly has like his own persona or pony sona. What's the
He
name?
has a pony
I don't
sona.
Didn't they have why couldn't they make it like a special appearances in the show? They deserved
Hasbro.
it. Shoot.
Hasbro, bro. And but I will say the Living Tombstone, he's always just been. That was a time when it's a really good song. Like, if you don't even have to like My Little Pony, but if you want to do yourself a favor, this is one of the few things in fan art I appreciate, because he typically only does the stuff for the creators that want.
He's good at what he does.
And he works very close with them. It's you do yourselves a favor. Absolutely look into Living Tombstone. He is a freaking legend. John Delancey, if you guys look up the Brony song with John Delancey and Tara Strong.
How did we get here?
Because you and I were talking about earlier, and I had we lost
We're here
like
because of you.
listen.
That's fair.
Oh, Luna's Lullaby was also really good. This is just a little like
I never heard of Luna's Lullaby.
this is a palate cleanser. What this is, because like when I tell you that
The
was
edgy song Rainbow Factory.
I've never listened to Rainbow Factory because I didn't like the idea of Pinkie Pie being violent.
I love the Rainbow Factory.
I have a question for everybody that's in chat right now. Right. Hold on. Hunty, yes. What do you need? You've said my name like 6 times. What is it?
What's that song called? Awakening? Is that one?
I disagree, Hunty. He is not the least threatening. He's the most threatening.
But
Who?
Discord.
who all here in chat's gonna follow me on Twitch? Yeah, that's right. I'm shilling myself.
Do it. Do it, girlie.
Oh no, Hunty means me, honey, when she says mom. And she means me. She
Who
calls me
cares?
mom.
I'm part of the My Little Pony. You've never heard this song? That's weird. I've never seen an episode of My Little Pony. I feel like I missed out.
What? I will
Yeah, I
say this,
know.
okay? So hear me out, guys. MLP, the first
I heard some really good stuff.
honestly, the whole series. It's really good because it was animated with the idea of millennial parents in mind. Young parents watching it, catching things, enjoying it. It was written intelligently, especially the first few seasons. The songs are really good. They're really catchy and they're really upbeat. That being said, why aren't you following Faye on Twitter and Twitch? But
Do it.
do it now.
Do it or you're not black.
Hello, Grack. Yeah, if you do not support these two lovely black creators, you are racist. I am only here to impart my white supremacy into the stream so that way I can do my part as a evil racist to uplift these black female voices. Right, Faye?
Right.
She's like, whatever, corn pop.
Here you go. For people who want to know, just for like a little fun tidbit here, I'm blacker than Peachy, and she's never gonna live that down.
Proof it ain't possible.
Jamaria wants to know if you are streaming tomorrow, Peachy.
I'm gonna try. I can't make any promises. I do have homework to work on. Thankfully, I was given a break.
Link that
'cause
for me, Starsan, because I can't link it to all.
I can't
to
promise
everyone.
anything,
I can't even chat and chat.
but I'll try. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry.
Better go follow her, kids.
Follow Faye Queenie. Do it.
What do you mean, Hunty? What was your question, honey? We didn't see it. We're like watching for it.
Also, Hunty, if you stop by my Twitch, I feel like me and you would have quite a lot to talk about.
What's Hot Diggity Dog Demon?
I think of Mickey Mouse when I hear that.
Yeah, like I'm thinking of hot. Is that what it is? Is it a
Hot
Mickey Mouse
dog,
one?
hot dog, hot diggity dog. Da, 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 da.
R.A. Morley is blacker than you, Peachy.
Proof it ain't possible.
I'll bring up the proof right now. You want to do this? We've done this like twice. I'll do it again.
No!
Yeah, that's right.
This is the only card I have.
Oh, that's what she was saying. It was coming up a little distorted. Hold on. So, Hot Diggity Dog Demon.
You
Zamaria, am I going to continue streaming after this? Probably not. And I'm gonna say no because it's late and I'm sleep training my baby, so I don't want to be out and about in the house when she starts waking up and crying because I have to ignore her. Then on top of that, things got moving again, and I kind of want to go to sleep because I am hurting and things.
Well, I was actually going to say because it's already getting on to 1:30. I don't think we should stay too much later, anyways. Because it's 1:30 for me. I'm going to try to get a little work done here, and I want you, young lady, to train that baby.
Train the baby.
Yeah, my body is doing things it hasn't done for quite a while, and I'll leave it at that. So I kind of want to go to sleep. I'm tired.
Oh yeah, because I had a long Hot Diggity Demon. I do know him. I have seen his stuff. I don't know what I can show because I do believe he licensed a lot of his stuff. Also, he covers a lot of licensed things. But yes, he is. I'm gonna share the page at least so you guys can see it. He is very talented. This guy.
No, Rachel. Just in case you're not trolling me, Missy, it's my body is basically telling me that it's able to have another baby.
Hey!
And she really.
I saw a thumbnail that said Moana was a bad movie.
Well, I mean, he's very talented. Doesn't mean he's good at. He's got good opinions.
Moana was a great movie. I actually wanted to cosplay as Moana at some point.
You should. You would pull it off amazingly.
I think I could. I almost did it because it was a costume. It was like a Halloween costume day at church, and I almost dressed up like her. But then I realized real quick it was very cold, and I changed my mind real. And I was like, nah, it's too cold.
Hey, when am I putting a baby in you?
Let's see. I gotta give my husband at least 3 more. So after that,
He doesn't have to know. Your husband's white. The kid comes out with dark hair. We'll say it's yours.
but what about the eyes? Because apparently his blue eyes are very dominant. Because our baby still has them.
I have blue eyes that run in my family.
Okay.
We got this. They skip a generation. All right.
I want blue eyes.
We already
Like
made
They make contacts.
we already made you, Peachy. We can't do it.
Oh,
You can do contacts.
I'm a
Hi,
baby when
Akuma.
it comes to eye stuff. I can't do that. I wish if I could actually change my eye color, I would like hazel eyes. Hazel eyes are very pretty.
I agree that I understand why animators don't post more though, guys. Like even the ones that I find gratingly liberal, I wouldn't mind if these animator artists weren't so like my eyes started twitching thinking about it. Illy Animations is one of the ones that comes to mind where she went from being really relatable to everything about her is a social justice issue. And she makes shit up or she drinks the liberal Kool-Aid. And so it makes it very hard to watch her stuff because she'll just full-blown lie. But it takes a lot of work. Like Hell of a Boss, a lot of the people like Ice Cream Sandwich and Jaden Animations and things like that, a lot of people do it all by themselves. I know that Odd Ones Out, he has a whole team. As a matter of fact, I used to be friends with one of his main animators. You see the girl that has the lobster on her head? And as a matter of fact, I can show you, me and her back in the day did an art trade on DeviantArt, and I have the picture on.
Gosh, I haven't watched Odd Ones Out in forever.
So if
I used to
you
love them.
I need someone to do some art for me. I want to change up my like screens and everything.
so you see this was an art trade that I did back in the day. This was one of her characters. She drew one of my characters, and I drew this for her. And she stopped. Her name is Julia Climas, and we were friends on Facebook and on MySpace and everything. And then one day she just didn't want to talk to me no more. And it's because she's super liberal, and so I know why she didn't want to talk to me no more. But still, Illy Animation has driven me nuts. Yeah, it's just American Man. Like I really liked her, but it's hard. But no, I definitely get why it takes so long, because it's one of the reasons why I haven't stepped into animation yet. It is so time consuming and difficult. Whether you like Vivzy Pop or not, what she does is such smooth and quality animation that you get for free. And it's difficult to do.
Even I'm not a huge fan of the latest episode of Hell of a Boss.
Was really
actually.
good, even
It
though
was. The other ones I was like, eh. But
That's just
You
because I
said
don't think
Glorious
those types
Side, the
of shows are
animation.
your cup of tea, Peachy.
what, honey?
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of. I said that's because I feel like those types of shows aren't really your cup of tea because you have a lot of cursing and horny demons and gross, nasty, adult-related things that your poor little heart just can't seem to handle.
No, but I actually like the latest episode.
I'm
though.
gonna
I don't agree with a lot. I don't like. I'm like, okay, some to me personally, it's like some jokes just take it a little too far. But that's
You
just
mean like
I'm
the
a whole
song
different
joke,
person.
like the look at this song. I think that took way too long. But and the cock joke that took too much. Question, Faye, have you watched the most recent episode of Hell of a Boss?
Yes, and I get it. It was horny and it was wholesome.
Not just that, but chat, you're about to hear spoilers. So if you watch Hell of a Boss and you haven't seen the episode, this is one of the few times you get a warning from me. So I'm about to ask these girls a question. So if you don't want spoilers, log off for a few minutes. But you've been warned. Who else doesn't like that Fizzaroli was made such a femme bitch?
Really, I didn't mind. What?
He was made
No.
such a femboy, like in the most feminine way possible. Like they always portrayed him as kind of like I don't know.
See,
He came off way too early.
Fizzaroli technically never appeared in the show until this episode.
No, he did plenty of times.
Yeah, he did.
Several times.
When?
So in Ozzy's episode, he appeared in flashbacks. He appeared as the machine in the episode where
Lululand?
went Lululand.
Lululand, that was a robot,
Yeah.
but I mean like him actually like making like a full on
Yeah. In the
like,
Ozzy's
appearance
in Ozzy's episode. Where Moxie takes Millie to Ozzy's lounge. And he gets up on there and Fizzaroli and Ozzy roast Moxie. because and then Stolas and Blitz are there.
Yes, but even then, he was like a background character.
He was, I would say, one of
I
the
mean,
main
like-
people talking in that episode.
But I mean, like, when we really like, I'm talking about like when we actually deep dive into like him being more present and having more to him than just him like being there and roasting them or appearing in flashbacks.
I agree, but
like,
in the flashback, like he wasn't. That's the same. Like in the flashback, he came off as just a regular guy, a regular dude, and in this episode, he was just like the little girlfriend. Like
I would like to touch on that as to why he acts like that too. We have to keep in mind, very similar to Blitz. Okay. Let me start small. My brain's going everywhere. So, Fizzaroli, it's Fizzaroli, right? Fizzaroli, excuse me. He has his own story outside of what we already know of him. The first time he makes his appearance, all we know is that he really hates Blitz, and he's a very lanky, very flexible robot character. That's all we know. Then we cut to this current episode where we get a lot more. We know a lot more about him. But again, this is the future. He's now in a relationship. And I quote that because they're trying to hide it. They're not really hiding it. He's in a relationship with him. In a way, that relationship, because relationships can make you a different person. It can make you a better person. He feels freer. He's more comfortable being himself now that he's loved. And he has all this money and he's comfortable. He's comfortable.
I don't disagree with, like, that's why he does it. I guess I just didn't like that that's how they wrote his character. I feel like, and this is why
I like it.
See,
I know.
The reason why I don't like it is because I'm tired of the trope that two gay guys can't be two gay guys unless one is an absolute girl. And the thing is, like, two gay guys can be two guys and just be dudes. But Fizz, like, they even have him going around in a mini dress for most of the episode. When they have that painting of him and Ozzy, he definitely is designed to look like a woman in lingerie. And I'm like, at that point, why didn't you just make Fizz?
I mean, so is Angel Dust too.
I had the same problem with Angel Dust. Angel Dust was originally a hetero character with even a child. And they rewrote him to be a femboy with even a mock chest. And I'm like, why did you do that? It doesn't make any sense. Because the thing is, when
You want to know what's funny about this too? Like, sorry to cut you off, but the fact is that they're in hell too, which kind of makes us like they're all fucking sinners.
and this is the funny
But
part,
they're in
right?
hell.
They
They're
try
all
to make it
sinners.
like they're all these moral people. Like, oh, of course we're accepting of this, that, and the other, but they're all demons in hell. So inadvertently, Vivs, and I just said this to my husband today, I'm like, inadvertently, she's pretty much saying that the only reason why they're all accepting is because they're all already sinful creatures. So it's like she shot herself in the foot with that one. She's like super pro LGBTQIA plus minus dash whatever, but all her characters, like, she's got a bunch of background trans characters, and I'm like, oh, Vivsy, I don't think you realize what you're doing. Like, it's just like what Faye said.
I don't know. I think we're complicating it a bit too.
Well, the thing is,
Because at the end of the day, I think what they also kind of allude to, especially in that one episode that everyone hates, and even I didn't care for it, where the angels, they were like demons versus angels. Remember that episode? It was like the third episode, right?
right? But even
They were kind of
angels
alluding
were
to the-
feminine.
No. They were alluding to the whole trope, and at this point, I genuinely think it's more of a design choice. But where was I going with this? Right, the angels are the ever-known perfect beings. Because when people, anytime someone talks about like heaven and hell, they kind of stretch the old trope as in hell are just these monstrous people that are misunderstood, and heaven are these ever good two-shoot people, but they think they're too perfect for anyone else.
Right.
That's what a lot of people. I love the show Good Omens, but obviously there are a lot of things I would correct and don't agree with. The show's, I think it's cool. I like it. It's not. Listen, Good Omens isn't like the best thing since sliced bread. Let's be real, but I like it. It's a good show. It has the acting is phenomenal.
Well, the
I
actors
love
in
the
it are
acting
really
between
good.
the two characters. Azita, you've seen the show Azita Fail, and
I watched the first episode, and I
love the
couldn't watch it
acting.
after that just because it. But this is what Esteban, what I'm getting at, and this is the problem. this is a show that supposedly is open-minded, but they cannot get past everyone in the show that is gay. Look at Moxie. Moxie's a perfect example. He was a hetero character. They retcon him to be not only bisexual, but again, the girl in the relationship, and they constantly make this femboy comments about him. Then when he is undercover, what does he dress as? A girl in a tube top. Whenever they represent him in things, it's always...
What's the problem?
They are always demasculating men. That's the problem. It's always making...
Blitz is pretty I would argue that Blitz is pretty masculine.
But then again, notice, because...
I don't know. I think Stolas is pretty masculine.
Stolas loves getting put into bondage gear and
See, that's in the bedroom, because when we had the when you had the Lululand episode or whatever it was, like, yeah, Stolas is pretty passive and, you know, hoity-toity, like, and everything else, like flighty or what have you as far as his personality goes. But when shit really went down,
his kid, I agree. But look at how he's every other time. He's got the delicate little one shoulder
exposed. Blitz and Moxie.
Huh?
That episode, he saved them all. They were about to get shot by
Exactly.
humans.
I don't disagree that. But then what happened as soon as him and Blitz got together? Blitz pulls his hair and he immediately goes, oh, and he turns into a
because that's what he likes.
But the point is, again, this is my point. It always paints that the only reason that Blitz is this hard little badass is because he's putting up a front. But look, when he breaks down his walls, he becomes feminine too. It's the problem is it's like the natural state of the guys is all to be delicate and feminine and gentle. Like, what do they say about Osmodeus? He's the weakest of the sins. He has zero authority. No one's worried about him. I think the problem is that I don't think you see the problem with the trope always being effeminate men. But the thing is, men aren't effeminate by nature. There are some men that are, but it's all the men in the show. Every one of them turns out to be kind of effeminate. And the only ones that aren't are like, what's his name? The hellhound that's dating Beelzebub. And he's a background character. He's only Tech.
Vortex,
yeah.
There's Striker.
Striker is shown as manly, and they show him as deranged and a supremacist. That's my point. The only man
I think they're still working on his character.
There, as far as I know, there's no redemption arc for him. He is
not yet. Give it time.
They literally outright call him a supremacist. Like, so that's my point. It's like the only manly men are bad.
They're in hell. Everyone's bad.
I'm talking about the way they represent it. Those are in hell. Look at how they represent them. They represent them.
You know what? All I gotta say about
they're
it,
in hell. They're not supposed to be good people.
But that's not how the show represents it. The show.
All I'm gonna say about it is, I enjoy the show, and you know it's enjoyable to watch, and nowhere near. I'm gonna look straight into the camera when I say this. Nowhere near the levels of bullshit that we got with Velma.
That's a different. Listen. We can. That is an insult to the entire show to compare it to Velma. It's evil.
I didn't even compare it. It's nowhere near the bullshit we got with Velma, and I saw not one episode.
I couldn't even make it through a single episode. I don't even think I made it through 5 minutes. Here's what I will tell you: I will still absolutely watch Hell of the Boss. I will still enjoy it because the thing is, I can be critical of things and still enjoy it. But that is my biggest issue with the show. I think the only one that gets it like right, exactly. Where's Esteban?
No, you're not. I just like arguing with her because it's hot. That's my kink.
I get her off. I know. And that's
what's happening to me right now.
And you can hear it, babe. But no, that's the point. Is like when it comes to this stuff, I will still enjoy Hell of a Boss. I am going to enjoy Has Been Hotel. But my favorite character out of all of them, my coworker, Honest Tom, asked me the other day, I don't really have a favorite character from Hell of a Boss because all of them, a lot of their characters fall flat.
Blitz is my favorite. He's so funny.
Blitz is awesome. And I enjoy them.
So funny.
But if I had a favorite character, it's Alistair. Because Alistair is unabashedly masculine. And he has like that flair, but that's her design choices. She always does everything in this like flamboyant design. But he's very confident. He's very masculine. He's got this smart ass charm, and he's like this chaotic neutral. There is no him going "Ugh," and anything like that. He is just like
He's not chaotic neutral. He's just chaos.
that too.
I
do have to
okay,
say that
I
Star
get
Wars.
what you're saying. I understand where you're getting at. I just don't agree. And one of the reasons why I say that is because I don't like saying that Alistair's masculine. He's insane. And if we consider people like characters, not people, like Alistair, oh, this is a masculine character, he is the last person we should look at and say this is a masculine character.
I think the thing you're looking at is I'm not saying this should be someone you emulate.
No. But the fact that we consider people or characters again, like what's his name? Angel Dust, Moxie, characters like that, and say they're just too feminine, but characters like Alistair are very masculine. And one of the reasons why people say, or I guess people think that characters like Alistair are masculine is because they're very confident, they're very cocky, they don't cry, they don't show this negativity, and they're always carrying themselves in a way.
But Angel Dust is also cocky and confident, and the thing is,
Yeah, but he's not. I guess.
I say like I can say
I don't see the problem with their characters at all.
I can say that all the men folk that we like, a lot of the dudes in the show, with the exception of Moxie, are cocky and confident. What it comes down to is if
Moxie's getting there.
because
He's
huh?
getting there. I think Moxie's getting
Moxie
there.
can get there. Well, my point is this:
Blitzo's changed. Blitz. Ugh, I feel bad saying Blitzo.
the thing with this is that if that's the case, well, we can't call them masculine because that's too positive because he's insane. Well, Angel Dust is a stripper and a drug addict and a prostitute, but calling him effeminate is a positive.
I didn't say he was feminine.
But you said it's not bad that he is effeminate.
Yeah,
You're saying so. Like I'm not getting your like we can't call him masculine because that's giving too much of a positive light on it.
I don't know. It's I personally don't see the problem with
Bye, Maria.
similar to if there was a show where all the characters were masculine, all the men were masculine, and all the females were feminine. That's fine. I also don't see the problem with all the men being feminine and all the women being masculine.
But the women aren't
I
masculine.
feel like
the
it
women
gets
and the
boring
men.
though if you don't have a good.
I mean, what about people? I would argue that
Wait. What was Faye saying?
I feel like the show will get boring if you don't have a good range though. If you make all the men like terribly effeminate and all the women like terribly masculine, or have them in their assigned gender roles like that, I feel like it's stale and there's not much there.
And that's the only problem I'm getting with Hell of the Boss is that it's starting to get stale. All these every time a man, it's always two gay guys. Even with Moxie and Millie again, like they're starting to say, well, Moxie was gay at one point and he could be again, or he loves being pegged. Again, it always comes back to none of these men are like in any way straight.
I think what makes it enjoyable though is the fact that their personalities are all very different and
That's true.
decently fleshed out. Because my favorite character in the whole thing is Stolas, just because he's just so sweet.
He's the best
Like,
dad.
And the running joke. I love how they bully him in the show just a little bit. Like everybody else can curse and say the most outlandish shit, and then Stolas just gets censored as a way to run that. His character,
I never even noticed that.
after the Lululand, his character became my all-time favorite character because you know what his motivations are. And he's just so sweet and so cute.
I love his song. His song is one of my favorites. And I will say that overall, he is the most pleasurable to see on screen because consistently, one, he's a cape made of stars. Obviously, I'm gonna enjoy that. I have a bias towards that. So his aesthetic, I do like. I think he has. I will be very honest. Out of all the characters, because I absolutely abhor Ozzy's design. I think Ozzy's design is the most ridiculous, slapped together. It's a terrible design. I'm sorry. I hate his head. I hate his teeny tiny neck and teeny tiny head on his big bulky body. I hate his little striped outfit. I hate his little thigh high boots. Everything
I
looks like
love his voice though.
his voice
Oh,
is the
gosh.
only saving factor because he's got an
Beautiful
amazing
singer.
voice actor. Oh my
Oh,
god! But
beautiful
I
singer,
will say
everything.
that Faye is right. Like Stolas, I think his voice actor. I'm glad they switched him. The first voice actor sounded like a creepy rich guy. The second voice actor after the pilot does a really good job of adding in that warmth and charm when he needs to, when he's talking to his daughter, when he is being honest outside of seeing Blitz. And again, his singing voice is gorgeous. And so I think he does a fantastic job. So I agree, it's a great character. That's one of the reasons why I enjoy Alistair. I love his, even though I saw Black Cat say, because I don't know how Black Cat just always knows this shit. Yes, Alistair is technically asexual. He has no romantic inclinations towards anybody. But the way he fucks with Vaggie and smacking her ass and he's pinching her cheeks and she's like boiling over. I like that mischievous, slightly masculine attitude with him. I love the radio sound
Or
of
the
his
fact
voice.
that like Angel does start fucking with him, he just starts giving it back.
I know he's like, no. And my favorite is when he goes,
I don't like associating that behavior with masculine though. I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
but I don't think
Masculine-
masculine with it. Because I mean,
No, there's not. I don't think I think it's funny. I think it's funny. But if you switch the gender roles, like a Vaggie and Alistair, it'd still be funny.
but that's the thing. It
But-
wouldn't be a feminine trait. That would be more like a butch trait because it is. But my thing is, as a woman, there are womanly traits that are in there that might be negative. Like women do that too, but it is more of an aggressive and masculine thing to do. Women don't typically go around smacking each other's asses to get a rise out of somebody and saying, "You better smile, baby. Everyone looks better with a smile." Like girls don't go around saying that stuff. It's just not a girl thing to do. And it's like, I understand where you're coming from, but there are some traits that are funny and comical, and they are still related to guys. There are bad traits for women, like
Hector, that's his name.
huh?
I was trying to think of that guy that one of the other few masculine traded men in the show, Hector.
Hector?
He's this little cat thing that Angel Dust has a thing for.
He's the
Really raspy
he's
voice, the drunk,
His name's not Hector.
the drunk. Hector. He's the guy with the wing, the cat
His
with
name's
wings.
not Hector though.
What's his name?
Hold on, now you said Hector. Now I can't get it. It's
Oh, his name is Hector.
no,
It's Hector,
it's
right?
not Hector.
Whoop. Husk.
Husk.
It's Husk.
Yeah, it's Husker.
My bad.
It's
Where did I get Hector from?
And
Husker.
see, Husker again. He's a very masculine guy, but what is he? He's an alcoholic
and a
he's
gambler.
a gambler, a heavy
Because they're in
smoker.
hell. They're also supposed to have really negative
I
traits. That's the
agree.
point.
I agree, but the thing is, when you paint Angel
welcome
Dust,
to-
again, this is what I'm trying to say. You have to look at it from the lens of how the creator is representing it, right? So while we all understand they're in hell, they're bad people, the creator is trying to represent them as good or bad. So for instance, if you look at Angel Dust is better. And Angel Dust has his song where he's talking about getting over his addiction, having his little pet pig, and about
Nugget.
yes,
That's the name
and
of the pig.
stripping and wearing high heels and wearing bras. But Angel Dust is appropriate, and all those actions, whether or not because they're trying to make him better, he still would have all those. And those are considered good traits.
I'd never seen the show see that as a positive thing.
Look at the merch that they sell. Look at how they represent him in the show. Look at how they represent, like,
Because he's a character from hell.
yes, my point is they're not representing it as that's a bad thing. That's my point. Like, you have to look at it the way they're presenting it. Again, stop fighting mom and mom. It's not
I'll stop
fighting.
being an
This is the debate.
No, like you're saying, like what I'm hearing is you're trying to say that you need these characters. All their negative character aspects. People like Busy Pop are trying to say, it's not that bad. I never got that out of the show.
Well, think about it.
And they're promoting the characters the way they're promoting them because that is their character. If they tried to promote Angel Dust in like a suit and tie, with it wouldn't be angel dust. They have to do that because that is his. Similar to Charlie. I love Charlie. She's like, I love
a
that
great
song.
character.
I had a dream. If I were in hell, that I would.
Oh yeah,
be
I would definitely
Charlie.
say Charlie.
Like, you guys could be good if we tried hard enough, and then I proceed to be killed. But anyways. That's like if they start promoting Charlie merch, but it's instead of her being, her, if it was like, I don't know, what if she was a stripper, like they were promoting her half naked, it wouldn't be Charlie.
But that's my point.
It would make no sense.
The way
So
I
if they
put it in a
promoted,
better context is this: how many characters are trans in the show? You see a lot of background, and what they do is they know by
their background, but not like main character.
Well, then you've got Millie's sister is trans.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forgot her name.
So here's the thing, and they
What's
had
wrong with it?
I
I don't know what's wrong with it.
I need you wait because
listen.
yeah, you gotta listen. So is there by our society standards, is there anything wrong with being trans?
No.
By Vivzy Pop standards, is there anything wrong with being trans?
No.
But you're saying they're in hell. Of course they're bad people. Everything they're doing is bad. So if they're in hell and they're trans, does that mean being trans is a sinful thing? I'm going by your rule on that one.
I just think we're overcomplicating it. The whole show is based. It could literally be flipped to heaven tomorrow.
Yes, but that's the point I'm making.
But
Is
the whole point is they're all in. There's different people
Yes,
in hell,
but-
just like there's different people in heaven. I would
yes,
assume.
but what I'm trying to say is they are not making it as if these people are all sinful demons. What they're pretty much writing the show as is just like our world. What they're doing isn't bad at all. They're not sinful at all. They're just living their life in hell.
Yeah, that's the story.
But that's my point. You can't base it in hell and then pretty much write it like they're not in hell. And that's what they're doing. Except for the murder part, nothing they do really represents hell. Like, so they have the
When they
high...
do drugs,
Huh?
they do drugs. They sell drugs.
Yes.
But what about
They
that?
kill one
represent
another.
hell?
They cheat on one another.
But how does that
Like-
represent hell? That happens here in real life too.
That's the point of the show.
But that's my point. They're not writing it like this is so like when they choose, it's bad. Like for instance, they're complaining about Stolas cheating on his wife, but they're in hell. Why would they complain? Why would it be a scandal if they're doing this, that, and the other? This is my point. If they're acting like normal mortals and humans in the show, then what's to make the difference? What is the point of making the setting hell if you treat the premises exactly like it was in this world? Starson, you're expecting someone the creator of it to understand hell. They don't believe in anything, thus their plot is never solid. This is the problem, and a lot of people have this problem with Vizzy because it is inconsistent. You're sitting there and you're showing that there are vending machines for drugs, but then you have them sitting complaining on the news that he's on drugs. You have them sitting there complaining about love and lust, and then it's a scandal if one of the princes of hell cheats. You've got Beelzebub, the prince
Kesha.
of Gluttony, going to Luna saying, "Oh, this isn't good. He shouldn't be getting this gluttonous. No, that's not a good vibe." Since when should a person of gluttony say, "Hey, this needs to be cut off," because they're trying to represent them as good and moral, but they're a prince of hell. So that's what I'm trying to say to you. They're representing these people in a good light, not like so. They're giving you the background of hell, but then as soon as somebody gets a little over gluttonous, she's like, "Oh no, that's not good. No, he's gonna hurt himself. No, that's bad." Since when would a prince care if a little imp is gonna hurt himself? This is the point I'm making. It's inconsistent. It doesn't make sense. So I love the show and I'll enjoy the show because I want independent creators to have that, to get that view, to get that monetary AdSense off of me. But there's a lot of shit and there's a lot of holes. They are still behaving like they're right and wrong. Exactly.
So basically,
If
what
you're
Star's
in
saying
hell,
is the show should be the show should show the characters being a lot more lawless than they are.
exactly. There should be less rules. There should be more of people being A-okay with stealing and murder, and it's not. that's the saying. Like, the rules don't universally apply to each episode. Why would they have rehab in hell? Why would they care if somebody is addicted to
Because of
abuse
Charlie.
in hell?
Because of Charlie. People
But
like
she
Charlie.
didn't make that rehab. That didn't exist into her. And if you listen to Hell of a Boss, they even said they do not cross over. You will never.
Oh no! I wish they did.
But-
That'd be great.
Exactly. They exist in the same universe, but the shows will not cross over. So you have to realize something. Has the Happy Hotel does not exist in Hell of a Boss. So there is no rehab. So why is there a rehab? Why would you want someone who is bad, which in the plot of Has Been Hotel, they showed that's all fine, that's all dandy. They laugh at Charlie for people trying to recover. And yet then in Has Been Hotel, they have rehab for recovery.
All right, I get it. You're saying the story should be a little bit more different than it is currently.
Exactly.
They're humanizing
Rachel-
the characters
Rachel
way more
did
than
it.
they should, because at the end of the day, they should be demons. Point blank.
Rachel
I'm stealing Xylee's trademark. Period. Point blank. Period.
Rachel just basically summed it up in like 3 messages. She's like, "There's no rules. Hey, put your shirt back on. There's one rule."
There's no rules. Put your shirt back on. There's one rule. There should be set rules. And that's the thing. Vizzy does not have set rules for her
Yeah.
writing.
Okay. The inconsistency in the storytelling.
Exactly. Like, if you're going to say that they are in hell and that recovery is not possible and that there's that morality is hilarious, and then you turn around and you make your characters have a moral base. Like, it was.
Right, here's my
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm gonna play the devil's advocate to that because I do understand with what you're saying, and I, as someone who loves writing as a hobby, and I agree with you. If you want to be a bit more consistent to the plot, especially when it comes to the aspects of heaven and hell, you're gonna need to stay a bit more true to that. But to play again devil's advocate to that, I would argue that shows like Hell of a Boss, at least at this current state it is in, is more of a comedy than anything.
It is.
So it's not something we should be taking too seriously. Similar to Good Omens, heaven and hell aspect, but it is a comedy at the end of the day. That's why even the show acknowledges they don't take each other. There's some serious aspects to it and serious plot points, but it's not a show we should take seriously.
but you
or
can
part.
you can have a show that you don't take seriously because it's a comedy and it still have set rules.
Right.
True. But then, like, going a few comments down, someone mentioned that Vizzy Pop knows she's not religious. She pretty much doesn't care about the whole idea of heaven or hell at all.
Right.
Which makes sense because we're all religious. So to us, it's a bit more than just heaven and hell. There is like a consequence to being in heaven and hell. Well, not the whole thing. But when you're coming from the perspective of a non-religious person, they wouldn't care. They just want to make a comedy. They want to make it haha funny, and they want to make it relatable to the people.
Right. But the problem is that when these people get crowdfunding, when they want people to support them, and this is exactly it. This is the problem that a lot of folks say Vivzy has. She got very popular very quickly. And right now she's got I don't know if you've realized it.
I'm so mad about what she treated the voice actors. Ooh.
Well, see, the thing is, she had no choice. So because she signed on with she signed on with someone who writes with SAG. Well, when you do that, that's why I don't like that stuff, because once you go mainstream, you have to follow mainstream rules, and they're not allowed to employ anyone outside of SAG. So she had to fire everyone who wasn't in SAG, and that's.
I still think it was dirty.
It may have been dirty, but that's the problem. When you want that big boy funding, you have to betray some people. And that's why she had to redesign everybody too. She had to redesign everyone, get some kind of redesign. And the thing is, so this is where, as she has Twitter meltdowns, right? And I don't disagree with some of what she says. I don't. But there's a lot of controversy about how she animates, how she blacklists people, how she will try to screw people over from getting other jobs. There's a lot of inconsistency. How even the animators are like, this doesn't make any sense. What's going on? Even huge fans of the show will sit there and say, yeah, there's a lot of inconsistency. And again, that's the thing. You have to set rules. There has to be. It's just like if you go. All right. So for instance, if you go to work every single day, right?
Mm-hmm.
But every day you have a new task that is completely different from the last task. and nobody tells you what the task is until right when you get there. And if you don't get to that task immediately, you're going to get written up. Are you going to be able to go to work every day confident in what you got to do?
No.
But if you have set rules, like, every day, okay, after I clock in, I've got to put my thing here. I have to go reset this shelf. I have to check for this truck login. You have a set rule. Now, from there, things might change every day. But that's the main problem I have. Like, I don't disagree with anything that you said in a lot of ways, Peachy, because I get it. Like, these are people in hell. I agree it's not something to be taken super seriously, but the thing is, it's the inconsistencies in what she's doing. You're telling me that all these people are sinners, but then people that you consider moral are in there. And if we ask you, hey, you've got trans people in there and you're treating them like they're moral characters, but they're in hell and everyone's immoral, make it make sense. Like,
would it make more sense if they came out with, let's just say there's a new episode that Blitz and his buddies visit heaven. They have to go in disguise as angels. And then in heaven, there are trans angels, and then there are same-sex couples in heaven still. Would that make it better?
I mean, it would just mean she would have the same consistent rules. But again, then it would make no sense about the dynamic of what is and what isn't. Again, Disney hasn't set enough rules on what goes down. And I honestly think it's because she has to change so much as time changes because of licensing and stuff. And she changes it super quick. But someone said earlier, Steven Universe is a perfect example of this. Steven Universe, did you know Rebecca Sugar did not have a single true show Bible? Except for a couple, there was.
I love the first 2 seasons, and it kind of went downhill.
So she would literally just give everyone carte blanche to storyboard. So she wouldn't make a rough storyboard. She would give them a generalized idea, and then everyone else added on to it. Which is why the animation's inconsistent, why the story is inconsistent, why sometimes things don't really make much sense. And you kind of have to, and so that's what I'm treating with Hell of a Boss. If I look close, I can absolutely tear it apart like you guys have seen.
Yeah, a lot of people could. A lot of people have on YouTube. I've seen those videos.
I have to wear blinders. It just gets more difficult when I keep seeing little things that just make it inconsistent. Like, for instance, how the hell can a gem, which is a light projection, make a child? And yet they have no gender, but they're all called she. But they can reproduce. Well, how do you reproduce? So how can you make a vagina and uterus and ovaries that create a baby, but you don't have an actual body to do so?
Asexual reproduction.
But the thing is, it wasn't. Gems can't reproduce. Gems have to literally infect the soil and use the minerals in the soil to produce more. And on top of that, there are no males in Gen society. So if you're asexual, why is everyone female? Why do you have breasts? Why do you have hips? You've been around for tens of thousands of years before humans. What's up?
I still think they did. I don't like. I'm still mad. There's 2 particular characters I really wish they. 3 particular characters I really wish they went down a different path with. Lapis Lazuli, Peridot, and Yellow Diamond.
Oh yeah,
I
lost a lot of characters.
Loved the introduction to Yellow Diamond. Absolutely loved it when they presented her the first. And here's a story. I don't know if this is true or not, but the first time they represented Yellow Diamond as her as a dictator, wanting things done. Apparently, from what I heard, Rebecca Sugar absolutely hated the way they wrote her, so she said she'd take it from there. And ever since then, all the diamonds that are supposed to be something that Steven feared, especially White Diamond. Ooh, see, this is why I'm so mad.
White Diamond is where they fucked up the most, because White Diamond was literally when they introduced her, that was the most menacing thing I'd ever seen in the show. Like, we are talking, that was insane, beautiful, stunning, terrifying. And this is the problem a lot of folks have, and I love Steven Universe. Damn it, Axel. I love Steven Universe. However, everybody was redemption arc. Nobody was a bad guy. everyone got a redemption. You get a redemption. And you get a redemption. And the thing is, and then what really bothered me is Steven Universe Future with Greg. They tried to make it like Steven was going insane, and they tried to make it like Greg, whatchamacallit, Greg was a great dad example. And I've gotten in fights with people online over this. Greg ran away from his home because his mom and dad were strict. Strict like my mom and dad. No, you can't just run around and fuck off and do whatever you want. Yes, you're going to go to school. You're going to get an education. You're going to get a job. He didn't like that. So he ran off and then proceeds to raise his child without any education whatsoever in any capacity. Never brings his kid to a doctor. And then we're supposed to sit there and be like, oh, Greg was so good to Stephen. He gave him a free childhood. And instead, understanding that Stephen had a right to be upset. But then they all got mad at Stephen for, wanting to be more masculine and wanting to grow himself and be stronger. And the arc with Connie, that was another weird turn they took. When I tell you, there was so many things they right, like there's no reason. I'm sorry, I'm a firm believer there is literally no reason why Rose inside his room in the gem cave couldn't exist. There's no reason. It makes zero sense why he couldn't access in her room, activated by her gem, talk to her and have a moment. Or when the gem got pulled away, they don't explain how Rose just simply no longer exists. She's a fucking diamond. She's one of the most powerful creatures in Gem universe. See, this is the thing. You can't let me go off about this shit because
they took away the danger.
I'm
every time.
taking over. This is done. We have tangents. I have to go. So I'm going to give everyone in chat a total of 3 minutes to send a question that you want me to answer, and then I am peacing out. Timer starts as soon as I pull it up on my phone because I am slow.
The one character I think deserved a redemption arc didn't get one, and I'm really mad.
Who?
Okay, that's it. Jasper. That's it. That's all I'm gonna say.
And see, I'm
I
mad
feel
that
like Jasper could have been such a good character.
She was a
good
good
addition
character, but she was a better bad guy.
Yes! And if they really wanted to play that whole give a character a redemption arc, she would have been the perfect character. I like Peridot, don't get me wrong. I'm glad that she got a redemption arc. I didn't like the way they did it. It was weird. I don't know. It's just
all the redemption arcs after a while were very boring.
They should let my girl keep her gear. She looked really cool with her Peridot gear, and then they made her all short and angry. And I was like, no!
Faye,
she's a smart girl. Like,
I'm gonna wait till 3 minutes are up and just mass answer them and then exit.
Okay. Here's what I will tell you. I find there's a lot of stuff that was just. I don't know if Faye ever watched Steven Universe.
I did not.
Okay.
I'm not missing out.
There's a lot about it that I really like. But then here's like there was so much about it that just made no sense. Fusion in a lot of ways made no sense. I don't like it. Really should not have been a kids show because a lot of the fusion dances literally imitate sex. Like we're talking, they're thrusting hips. One spreads her legs, and the other gem jumps into her vajayjay, and they become one character. Like that was, I'm not even joking. Peachy is laughing because she knows I'm right. That was how they did it. They treated it like relationships, and it was always something sexual. But then they would promote Steven, a child, to fuse with them. And then at one point, Steven fuses with his own father.
No, I had a theory as to, I actually had a headcanon, I know. I was like, what would happen if Steven and his dad fused? And here's what I predicted would happen, right? Steven and his father would be in deep peril. Like, they would be in trouble. No one would know what to do. Steven would be like, he would be beside himself. He'd be crying. He'd be like, Dad, for the first time in his life as like an adult, like a 16-year-old, he's crying like, Dad, I need your help. I'm so scared. And Greg would be like, hugging him like, I got you. Nothing's gonna happen. And that's when they would fuse, and that's when they would break out and whatever. But no, they made it weird and made it a song.
And it was a
JoJo
very
references
sexual
and-
song in a lot of ways.
Yeah, it was weird. I was like, that's not how. That would have been the perfect, especially when they were both entrapped in that like human enclosure that Blue Diamond had, the human thing. Maybe they
That
would
would
be in
make sense.
danger, and that would be a good time to fuse. Like Greg, that would be Greg's character arc. Like, I
Well,
really need to be there for my son. I
30
can't
seconds
keep-
left to send in a question.
Guys got
Okay.
questions. You gotta answer. You gotta send them in.
There's so much that could have been done differently with Steven
Yeah, that
Universe.
song was really good. Like that's the thing. Like I'm very conflicted because I will say this: out of
Even
all
so.
shows, Steven Universe had consistently really good songs. Especially the movie. The movie had fantastic songs.
Gee, it's finally be their
Oh my God.
other
So
friend.
gorgeous.
I love that. Was really good. My favorite one to this day is still Just a Thought. It was
See,
just
that
a
one actually is the least.
Time
my-
is up.
Not just a thought.
All right, first question. Coming from Akuma13, does pineapple belong on pizza? You're asking
Yes.
for my opinion, and I'm going to say yes. I do like pineapple on my pizza. Sue me, don't care. Get triggered, bitches. Do you believe in mermaids living in our ocean deep? Yes. Now, whether or not they're the actual like mermaids you would like see on TV with the human like tops and fish bottoms, who knows? They could look like the mermaids in Harry Potter. Like, who knows? But yes, I think there is like some sort of intelligent fish creature living in our oceans.
You've got 2 more questions, I think.
Yes, I'm looking. Favorite TV show or cartoon show of all time? Courage the Cowardly Dog. Absolutely love Courage the Cowardly Dog. Sad that they only got 1 season. Okay, Faye, which of the Totally Spy Girls would you rather be, Sam, Clover, or Alex? I don't remember their personalities, but if I remember what they looked like based on the names, because I'm pretty sure Sam was the blonde, Clover was the like Indian girl, and Alex was the brunette. Tell me if I'm right or wrong to that one. And if
There was a
I'm
redhead
right,
and the Hispanic colored girl.
so what?
There was a redhead, the blonde, and a girl that was kind of like Spanish colored. But they didn't really say what her, like, you know, what her nationality was.
Sam was the ginger. Okay. Sam was the ginger. Then that means that Alex was the Hispanic one and Clover was the blonde. No? Alex was the blonde? Okay. Well, thank you for clarifying which was which. Then I'm going to say Sam. Sam seemed like she had a good head on her shoulders. Alex seemed like a stereotypical, like every stereotype of a woman under the book. Like, did not like her. And I don't remember much about Clover. Yeah. I would have to go with Sam.
The redhead was the most balanced character, but honestly, they were merely designed to be like just something fun for girls.
Yeah.
Oh heck, I messed up. Right. But yeah,
So
like I
Clover was the blonde. Okay. Clover was the blonde. Clover. I did not like Clover.
I never tried to like any of the characters. They were also very similar. Like they didn't write the girls to have much variety, which is why you're having like a hard time differentiating them because there wasn't too
See,
much difference.
I'm having a hard time. Like, I remember what their head, like, hair colors and, like, their skin tones were. Like, I can see them. I couldn't remember whose name was whose. I was just going based off what the name sounded like, because Clover does sound like the dumbass blonde bitch. For example, that does sound that. Yeah, Wings Club was nice. But, like, it's been so long since I've seen, like, Totally Spies. It was just a show I watched in, like, passing.
See, I enjoyed. She's smiling. I think she's enjoying listening to us talk about the show. Peachy's one of those people that she's just like happy to be involved. Like there's that meme is always like the one that's just happy to be included. I feel like
Yeah.
that's Peachy.
I've also never seen these shows, so I'm enjoying.
You remember, guys, she was a little
What is that? A frog?
It's a baby sleeping with a little frog.
Oh, it's a baby. It's your baby. She's very cute.
Sorry, my friend just sent me a very disturbing retelling of something. But anyways, I was like, ugh. Saying live action was trash. Live action of what?
Anyway,
Oh, Kim Possible. Oh, yeah, no, we don't talk about the live action.
I'm gonna let them rant about their shows, and I'm gonna go because that baby is gonna be up in like 4 hours bothering me. And anybody who wants to come by,
Don't.
right? Anyone who wants to come by, I will be streaming probably sometime between 10:30 to 12, 10:30 a.m. to 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. Central Standard Time, people. If I'm not streaming by 12, I'm not going to, because then it's just too late in the day, and the baby has made it impossible. That is my schedule, Monday through Friday. Hopefully, I'll see you there between 10:30 a.m. and 12 p.m. Central Standard Time. I'm going to bed.
Back here next Sunday.
I'm going to bed and get the 4 hours of sleep I'm going to get. Goodbye.
Bye.
Love you all.
Bye-bye.
Her internet was making her get off anyway. We were not gonna stay on too much longer.
In my defense, it was the resolution on my computer. I didn't see it right away. I didn't know what she was showing me. I didn't know. All I thought I saw was like a. Never.
Out here calling baby Faye a frog.
No, I didn't know what I was looking at. And I was like, what is that? A toad or I don't know. I just saw little arms just croaked. I don't know. My brain said frog.
I have not seen Fiona and Cake. That's also because I wasn't an Adventure Time fan.
I feel like I missed out on the Adventure Time train. By the time,
I need your link.
I'm sorry.
I need your link. Twitch, give me your link
Why?
so I can post it.
Oh, okay.
Now talk while you're doing it. I just want to make sure you got that.
Where is my? Okay, so what was I saying? Right. I think I was really late for the Adventure Time train. Because once I actually started getting into it or tried to get into it, it was pretty much over. Hold on. But I have been watching Fiona and Cake, and I do say that it is very good. It's a very good show.
I am just,
and I think,
I don't know, I'm not a fan. Because, like, I tried to watch Adventure Time. It goes on repeat sometimes now on Cartoon Network. And I just sit there and I'm like, this makes all my dumb shows look like a masterpiece. Like,
no, I get it. There's some just really dumb moments, and I feel like Adventure Time is definitely a series where some episodes were just plain filler, but there are some episodes that just meant more than others. For example, a lot of episodes with Marceline and Ice King, a lot of people talk about the episodes where the one particular episode where Finn lost his arm. Like really close to home episodes like that is why the people hold Adventure Time close to their hearts dearly, because it's a show that kind of opened the minds and hearts of children out there. Like, wow, there's a lot more than just fighting and people screaming and making funny haha jokes. But I do like it. I like Adventure Time. Do I love it? No, because again, I didn't grow up with it. But I am really enjoying Fiona and Cake. I really am.
Flags, he don't talk to me no more, and it's just not worth a can opening up. So, yeah. Whatchamacallit, but
Over the Garden Wall. I saw Over the Garden Wall.
What is it?
So Over the Garden Wall is about two brothers who are going to a Halloween party. They get lost. They travel outside of his wall that if I remember the plot correctly, that they're not supposed to cross, and when they do, they end up in a magical world and they have to find their way home. I did watch Over the Garden Wall. I might have to rewatch it because I remember watching the show and it didn't make sense to me. Like there were some cute moments, but at the same time I was like, what?
But a lot of the
I
shows,
don't,
like
I don't know,
so
it just didn't hit.
there's a lot of shows, like I would say, so like Gravity Falls, Adventure Time,
Gravity
Chowder. There's this one with this dumb blonde kid with buck teeth that I can't stand.
Flapjack?
No, not Flapjack. The one with the fat kid. Hey, talk like this.
I
And
don't know. Wait.
I'm-
No, I was thinking of Mighty B, but that's
no, this is a Cartoon Network show. Hold on.
I don't
Let
remember.
me see.
Mighty B, 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 B. Mighty la la. Clarence.
I hate that damn show.
I actually liked Clarence.
Oh my
I haven't
God.
seen it in a while though.
I would
I
right
remember
now,
watching a few episodes. It's cute.
if I could, I would drop kick Clarence across the room. The person. Like he does the shittiest stuff, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's so cute." He's like Caillou, but with less attitude. That's how I see Clarence. Like they show one thing where he literally waltzed into a place and straight up stole a kid's sneakers, and they make it like, "Oh, he's so quirky." And he'll sit there and just invade people's privacy, take people's shit, like all of it. I just didn't enjoy.
You know what show doesn't get enough credit? I don't think.
What?
Well, it actually does get enough credit. I feel like people should be talking about it more. Two shows actually. One of them is my all-time favorite, Amphibia.
I
Loved Amphibia from beginning to the freaking end. Amphibia was a masterpiece. That's a show that did the story very, very well, and the art very, very well.
Episodes, but I agree. What I did see, I enjoyed.
It was so good. I loved it. Oh my gosh. The second show, Craig of the Creek.
You know, I was prepared to break your heart and be like, whatever she's gonna mention, I'm probably not gonna like. There are some parts of Craig of the Creek that I don't like. Like there's some things where, again, I think that it doesn't need to be pushed onto kids, and I know from what you already know what I'm gonna say or what I was talking about. There's parts of Craig of the Creek, like for instance, I think what they do with Kelsey, again, going back with Hell of a Boss. Why couldn't Kelsey be a child that loves adventure, is not a girly girl, but of course, Kelsey has to be a lesbian. She can't just be a straight girl that wants to be a knight and an adventurer. No. Of course, she's got to be a lesbian. Because what else could she be? And it bothers me that, again, they go for that. And if you look, all the girls that are not straight, huh?
Someone follow me on Twitch. Thank you, Esteban. Thank you very much.
Everyone's been watching over here. We're seeing people that are following Faye now. Again, it's the same situation like the witches. Neither of them are girly girls. They're punk, strong and pushy girls and da. And so it comes back to these people try so hard to push these agendas that, again, they're getting rid of tomboys. The only tomboy in the show that I feel was allowed to be a tomboy was Wildernessa. And what I like about Wildernessa is, even though she is an ecological activist, I don't know if anyone caught on to this. Have you ever noticed that Wildernessa is usually misguided and wrong in what she says, and the show makes fun of her for it? Like, for instance, when she goes, "Oh, Craig, you just don't understand animals," and everything she says is wrong. And so Craig knows she's wrong. The show knows she's wrong. And so they show her as being a bit arrogant and know-it-all. And when they show the future, where she's chaining herself to the tree, they're showing she's not doing anything. She's not helping anybody. But she feels good about it. And so I enjoy that part of it. I think otherwise, Craig of the Creek is a really good show. I think it does a really good job balancing out. I would say, I think Green Poncho, I think he's my favorite. Omar. Who would you say your favorite is in the show?
Of which one?
of Crick of the Creek.
That's the thing though. I enjoy. I think I'm a little bit of a hypocrite. I saw the first few episodes, and then after that, I've been watching a lot of clips on YouTube.
So you haven't watched the whole show, and you're letting me go off like this. That's why you end up.
No, but I like that. I love the aspects of the show. But I know enough about the show to understand what you're talking about, though.
Yeah, like
but I think I have to disagree with the fact that, and I get it when I don't. And I've had my mind changed. There is, I don't think, I'm trying to word this right because I'm getting very tired. I don't agree with the fact they're pushing an agenda when it comes to making characters gay and lesbian and trans and whatnot. I do think that they have to stop it with the stereotyping. Like you said, like whenever a character is like, or a female character is masculine, they're automatically like considered gay or lesbian or something. Or a male is very feminine, they're like, oh, he's just gay. Like, I wish there could be characters that could just be characters at this point. I wish there were more tomboys. I wish that guys could, I don't know, like shopping with their girlfriends or friends and just not be considered, oh, you're just too, that's a feminine thing to do. You can, or when guys talk about their emotions or like, hey, something's going on at home and I just want to vent a little bit. People go, oh, that's just, that means he's acting very feminine. He must be gay or something.
I think
no,
they are pushing an agenda. When you're done. So, do you know how many characters are gay in Craig of the Creek?
No.
Okay. You've got Stax. You've got Kelsey. You've got JP's sister, JP's sister's girlfriend, okay? You've got the witch girls, okay? Then you have the posh boy. You've got the yacht boy. Then you've got the posh boy's crush who dresses up as a cat.
That's
and
weird.
comes after him, okay? Then you've got the Honeysuckle Rangers, the two of them. So that's already right there. Then you've got the boy that's in the kitchen. These are all gay characters that are actively gay characters in the show. And they are prominent when they're showed. They're not background. Their relationship is pushed out in the front. There is an entire episode dedicated to Kelsey being gay.
That is weird.
And literally because she suddenly, her and Stax write a book together. And in the book, all of these 8 and 9-year-old children start sitting there saying, oh my God, it's like Stax and Kelsey being in love. Oh my God, you guys are in love. You guys are defending your love. Okay?
That's a little weird.
And
I agree with Hecken, though, what he says. Agenda is a strong word. But I do think that there is a little bit more than necessary to the show because gay people aren't that about. I agree with that. I agree. I think saying the word there's an agenda being pushed is just, it feels a little too harsh. But I agree that there are just moments that there are some shows, Craig of the Creek being one of them, that just kind of go over the top unnecessarily. So like a character's gay, let's move on. Character's trans, let's move on. You don't need to make an entire episode about it unless, I don't know, there needs to be an episode about it.
Right.
But at this point in time, no one cares.
And here's
like,
the thing. Again, we go back to it. All of these characters fit into the stereotype. The witch girls are butch. JP's sister is butch. Her girlfriend is butch. All the boys I mentioned, hyper effeminate. All of them. Every single one of them. One of them even wears makeup. And they all talk with a lisp like this. And they're like, oh my God. So here's my problem. That is the meaning of it becoming an agenda. Exactly. I understand that it sounds too harsh, but when literally you've got in one small area this many gay characters, it doesn't make any sense. And that's just the ones I can remember. There are more. There have been several others. And that's the problem with this, is that this is a kid's show. Craig of the Creek is otherwise a really great show. But that Kelsey episode, I'm not even done with it. Because then Kelsey starts sitting there saying that she's getting confused about her feelings. And that she thinks she might like girls, but she's not understanding why she might like girls. So then she goes to to JP's sister. And then JP's sister and girlfriend tell her how it's okay to like girls. And you can like them. And da-da-da-da-da. And then they have in the future episode, Kelsey actively dating. Oh, I think Maya's gay too. Again, so this is the thing where there is never this many gay people in one small town. I lived in a liberal small town. There was 2. And one of them was my best friend. He had to outsource his dating pool. So it's like agenda is not a notion to alter society. They are heckin'. They're trying to alter kids' perceptions, young children. It doesn't matter if it's tone. The thing is, these characters are also shown to be more delicate. So you don't need to hear the tone to see them going, ah! And to be wearing makeup and to be wearing frilly costumes and to be acting where the Honeysuckle Rangers literally dress up as flowers.
I think all I would be asking for in more shows today is if you want
Fairy Queen, go to bed. Go ahead.
There should be a sort of balance in a way. Like, yes, you can have gay characters, yes, trans, but let's also have a same amount of like characters who just aren't who are straight, who are non-trans, or I don't know. I say that, but at the same time, I guess a part of me just doesn't care. If I don't like the show, I just won't watch the show.
Right. There are literally
It's
two
not for
straight
me.
couples in all of
Like-
no, go to sleep, woman. There's two straight couples, and they're not even couples. Well, one of them is, okay? And I'm not including the adults, because
Gumball wasn't gay,
Gumball was
or was he?
no, Gumball was gay
No.
for Penny.
Gumball's a masterpiece. I don't care
love
what people
Gumball.
say.
I hated it when
I
it was out.
Loved that show. Literally didn't care about it. The show at some point just lost itself, and I admire
The
it.
show was always lost, and I loved it.
It stopped caring.
They're bringing it
They're
back.
like,
They're gonna bring it. They're gonna continue the seasons. But yeah, like I was saying, there's Craig. Craig is in a relationship with Wildernessa in the future, and they always show that they have a crush on each other. And then JP is in love with is it Maisie? The horse girl. Literally, they're the horse girl group.
I think I remember that too.
And so that's it. Everyone else, aside from parents, are straight, but many of the parents are single parents. So it's like, again, it's like
I guess what I like most about Craig of the Creek is the fact that I like the fact that Craig and his family, they're black, but they're not making it that's their entire personality and character every time they get together. You can tell that they have that that culture, if you will. Like they have the family get-togethers, the way they talk to each other sometimes, but they don't make that the actual show.
Oh,
Like
that's
it's
right.
just another family, and I really like that.
Craig's
That's refreshing.
cousin is also gay. Another gay character.
Or is he European? No.
No, it's a girl, the lesbian. When they all had the family get together, because I lied, there was a third.
I wish
gay
they came out of
couple.
the Gravity Falls.
Bernard, he has that was something I'm surprised they took that turn with. Bernard's dating a white girl, but that white girl got an ass and thighs for days. Like she's thick, so he couldn't even date like a thin white girl. Had to be a fat white girl. But so anyways, when they had the family gathering, which again, they made the family, his brother and the wife come in. They were like very, oh my god, they were very black.
Over the top.
It was over the top, like, girl, if it's not for the streets. And I was like you could tell they went they tried to make it more ghetto. And that's why I very much do appreciate the family. Like Craig's family, they do a really good job of doing a nuclear family in a very healthy way. I do like
Yes. That's actually what drew me to the show. I saw that one episode and I was like, oh.
Also, it's Terry
They're
Crews
not
who
pushing
plays the
something?
dad. And I love Terry
Mhm.
Crews, so
What was another thing? Oh my god, what literally just left me. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else and I genuinely forgot. Oh, I hope they make a Gravity Falls season. I mean, another Gravity Falls series. I really do. Alex Hirsch, I love you. I'll give you money, whatever money I have. Please make another Gravity Falls. Please, I want one.
there's the only reason I don't want it.
No, why?
My first introduction into Gravity Falls was Twincest.
No!
I thought they were not related, and it was this little animatic. I didn't know they were kids. I thought they were adults. It showed them
What
biting
were
each
you
other's
watching?
nipple.
What did you?
It was on like DeviantArt or something, and it was an animatic, and they were biting each other's nipple. And I was like, okay, so it's a cartoon clearly, and things of them making out, and I was like, okay. And then I finally saw a clip of Gravity Falls, and I'm like, these are not adults, these are kids. And then I was like, these are not just kids, they're siblings. I now cannot watch Gravity Falls. I cannot. Just like how my introduction into fanfic was that shitty ass Harry Potter. And I am forever ruined with fanfics and fan comics. No! Gravity Falls is ruined because I find out. Because I was like, oh, this is kind of cute. Oh, they must have a really playful relationship if this is what they're animating them for. I was like, oh, that's because it was like, I know you've never been in a relationship, but it's like, have you ever seen like playful fighting with your spouse?
Yeah.
And you bite and it's a little sexy. Like, okay, you have to be in a relationship to know. Anybody's in a relationship you've been in, you might bite your spouse and it's a little bit play and they were blushing and everything. I was like, oh, I like that. That's cute. And I was like, oh, like it was just like literally.
Also, the fact that my brother and I, in a weird way, grew up with Maple.
Hunty, how do you know what I'm referencing?
Exactly. We grew up, my brother and I, for those of you who don't know me as a person, I do have a twin brother myself. And we were the same age as Mabel and Dipper when the show came out. So we grew up with, I think Alex Hirsch posted something recently and said, hey, Maple and Dipper would be like 24 years old today. And I'm like, I'm 24 years old. So we pretty much grew up with Maple and Dipper as the show went forward. And so you saying that breaks my heart in many
literally when I
ways.
tell you, dude.
Oh, and also there are twins in shows, don't get me wrong, but Maple and Dipper were very refreshing because I don't think I can think of many shows that have the main characters focused in the main characters being twins. Like there are twins in series, yeah, but the main characters themselves are really not. They're not always twins.
I will say this.
I don't know. I think it's nice. It was nice. It was nice to see. It's nice to be represented, Lady Starzan.
It's true. And I am so sorry that your fraternal twin representation was ruined by Twincest.
You were not represented. We need fraternal twins need representation.
I'm gonna tell you right now. When I tell you guys, if you ever introduce me to a show, but the first thing I see before you even show it to me is something nasty, I can't see it.
Harry Potter fanfiction. I can't believe that was your introduction to fanfiction.
That
That's
was
horrible. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Fanfiction, have I ever told you the story? I had a friend back in high school.
No.
She literally looked like a 9-year-old, but she was 16. And she would dress like, see, I don't know if you were cognizant enough in the 90s. Do you remember how soccer moms used to dress with the white turtleneck, the sweater that has kittens on it, the mom jeans, and the thick white sneakers?
No.
Okay, that was what Fae Queen, go to sleep. Or I will make sure to blow up your phone and wake the baby. Whatchamacallit though. That's how soccer moms dressed. That was why a 16-year-old dressed. She didn't want to appear sexy or effeminate in any way. She wore big Coke bottle glasses, wore her hair in long ass hair in a ponytail, large bangs. She covered herself up. I said, go to sleep. Not, are you in bed? I know you're in bed. And so she would get mad if we made any sexual jokes. Or she would literally walk up with a book. And she did it once to me, and I warned her to never do it again. I said the F word, and she went, no! And she went right there on my head with a hardcover book. And
that sounds like someone who was traumatized being raised.
I don't know. I mean, I know her parents were kind of a little fucked up. They were like, I think like mentally retarded fucked up, not like bad people. I don't think they were all there. But anyways. Okay. I told her, I said, you get one chance to do that. She tried to laugh it off. Like, when someone nervously realizes they fucked up, I said, that is your one chance. Don't ever do that again. I said, you don't get to tell me what I can and cannot say. So I haven't changed much in 23 years. Anyways, so one day she's like, I want to read you my story that I wrote.
No.
And I was like, okay, Kitty. That was her nickname, Kitty. I said, go ahead and read it to me.
No.
She then proceeded to read to me her Harry Potter fanfic, where Draco and Harry used Polyjuice potion on each other to become women. And then they got each other pregnant. And then they gave birth through their penises afterwards. And they were casting lust spells. Like, when I tell you she was reading me the most raunchy, nasty, down, dirty, sloppy, gay porn I'd ever heard in my life. And it wasn't even like this could turn you on. This was like, I feel nauseated. And she found it funny to read off to me.
And you just sat there.
Oh no, I said I don't want to fucking hear it. And she just kept reading. So in case any of you wonder why I don't like fan fiction, understand anytime you suggest it to me, that's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm hearing. And if there's even a hint of that shit going on, then they are just as bad as Kitty. All I see is that scrawny little Coke bottle glasses sitting there going behind the screen. So, no.
I loved it.
Unimaginative. I'm crying this Josie ass shit. And that was my introduction.
No, I'm a fanfic connoisseur.
Then you are a
Okay, I
connoisseur
find
of
the good stuff. Right now, I'm reading a good One Piece fan fiction, and I'm loving it.
Oh,
It's a what if Ace survives, and I'm loving it. Huh?
You said good and fan fiction in the same sentence.
Yep.
Listen,
It's about Ace, and he lives, and everyone's happy, and I'm like, doggone it, this is the most wholesome thing I've seen. Luffy, Ace, Sabo get together, they're happy, and everyone's alive, and I'm like, yes, this is what we need.
traumatized guys. Yes, it's the MP.
Omegaverse, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about the Omegaverse.
There is only one fanfic that I will read, and
Which
it
one?
is called Girls Next Door.
Very counterintuitive.
And it is, well, you know why I like it? Because it is self-aware. It makes fun of itself. It literally does not deviate from the original stories on anything. It literally just takes all the original stories and puts them in an apartment building. So nothing gets changed. It's just the characters interact with each other within the context of the stories. They don't change anything. A lot of good fanfic out there. You just gotta look for it. There's no.
You really have to look for them. One of my favorite it hasn't updated in years. Come on, Red Coaster. No, one of my favorite fan fictions of all time is actually an Attack on Titan one. I mentioned this on my own channel before. It's called Rogue. It's technically a what if story of Eren not being human, but he's just a full-on Titan. And instead of the world of Attack on Titan where humans can turn into the Titans, you're just straight up a Titan. And there are some very rare intelligent Titans, and Eren just happens to be one of them. The whole story starts off with him as a Titan waking up inside the walls and him not knowing how in the world he even got there to begin with. And it's a really cute story. It's really cute. And apparently, like, Carla is minding her own business, walking in the woods looking for food, like berries or whatever, and she discovers this Titan and freaks out. I don't want to. It's a whole story, so I'm summing up very nicely. She eventually befriends Eren, brings her husband Grisha. They actually like adopt Eren as their son because they can't have children themselves. She names him Eren, but of course, when they pass away, no one really knows that his name is Eren. They don't really tell anyone, so they end up calling him Rogue. He's the Rogue Titan, so his name isn't technically Eren, but at the beginning they try to call him Eren and they die. It's a very, I love this story. It's so cute. It's deadly, but it's very, very cute, and I love it.
I personally see, because then I would ask as well, then how do they become Titans at all? What birth?
The story isn't finished. I don't know. Like, bring it back. I have so many questions. Like, I have so many questions.
And I said it before, and I think I've spoken to you about it before. My biggest issue with fan fiction is, and everyone's like, oh, it's a great springboard. It's a great springboard. The reason why we have such shitty writing in Hollywood and everything is sequels and everything is remakes is guess why? Because everyone today are only fanfic writers. When people get hired because they're really great fan artists and really great fanfic writers, they were never taught how to think outside of the box. They only know how to write within the parameters of what they were taught by someone else. And I don't care what anyone says. It's just like if you learn any other skill. If you're not taught to flex your own muscles and think outside of the box, you never will. And
then there are the people who will point out the exceptions, like the person who created 50 Shades of Grey. Arguably not. You could agree with it being a bad. You could agree with it being going overall. She's successful. Like, oh, she wrote fan fiction. She's one of the she's the exception. I do agree with the fact that fan fiction is good in practice. It's for fun. If you decide to go and walk into the Hollywood studio and decide to make fan fiction your resume, your fan fiction could be literally the top on AO3. It shouldn't be, and you can put it in your resume. It shouldn't be the thing that stands out and that should get you in the door.
But that's like literally when I had that whole fight with fan art, that was the whole thing. Everyone's like, oh, well, it got people jobs. Okay. And look at how unoriginal all the comic book industry is. Look at how unoriginal all the animation industry is. So all you're doing is proving my point. So great. They got a job. They got paid to imitate. They did not get paid to create. And when they do create, they make shit like I'm Not Starfire and Velma.
That is fan fiction at its finest. And it's not fan fiction I was trying to talk with Leon about. Leon, he won't listen to a word I say. Oh,
Sumi, I have original characters.
I don't like creating original characters very often. Very, very rarely do I actually have original characters. And even if I did have original characters, I never write about them. They're just something I keep to myself.
Like I have, Sumi, have you ever gone to my Instagram? Like I am in the process of getting all my characters back down because I created my own characters. I created my own universe. It needs a lot of refining because all the story and the lore that I had, I kind of haven't kept up with it in a long time. We're talking like the last time I was really actively keeping track of my lore, I was 16. Because
I'm so mad at I'm Not Starfire. Ooh.
Oh, Sumi, I get you now. Yeah. I have set stories for many of them, but I don't write them down. Right. Well, because like what I used to do is, so this is a big problem that I had, and this is like the first time I really realized how bad my ADHD was, because like I don't need to get up and run around, but my brain was usually telling stories to itself because I didn't really like enjoy what was going on out there. So what I would do is I'd sit there and I'd stare into space and I would continue a story of my own design from my own characters. And I had a whole plot line going and it was great. And my brain was filled with mostly that. And then I started getting like people becoming friends, having issues, all these things. And so I started losing the plot line as I had to work more and I started befriending people more. And so it was like, I just started losing the plot line. So I had to get it written down again. But I do believe, I saw what he said. Listen, all fanfic is ungodly. So, it doesn't matter.
I'm not bad at it. He's referring to a conversation we were ranking Attack on Titan characters. You've seen the show, right? No. Oh my heart. The long and short of it is we were trying to rank a specific character and where we should put him. And I was trying to make arguments as to, I think the three main villains, if you will, right? One of them dies early enough that's the point that he really wasn't given the decision, or at least a lot of chances to have that redemption. And that was my argument. Like, well, we can't really judge him because he wasn't given that chance. Like the other characters were given chances. And Leon's calling me, that's just what if scenarios. Yeah, that's my point. Like we can't really judge him because you don't really know.
The whole fanfic is what if scenarios. All fanfic.
Exactly. They're not something you should be taking seriously. There are some really, like I said, I love Rogue.
See, this is the problem though. See, you say
it's not canon or anything. It's just fake.
But first off, I'm gonna say, Edie, I'm so glad you finally agreed that Henry Cavill is peak man. But to begin with, listen, I'll send you pictures. Anyways, second of all is you may say to, like, again, this is like how we had our hell of a boss thing earlier. You don't take it seriously because you are an intelligent person with a personality and with, a life. You have to realize something. A lot of people,
debatable.
Debatable. A lot of people take this shit super seriously. Yeah. You have to remember that back in my day, back when I was young, it was the Naruto Sasuke thing. To the point where people got violently angry at the idea of Naruto being with anyone but Sasuke. And when I tell you, we go to anime conventions and people would boo Hinata cosplayers. And there would be people literally like as the old, and it's gonna be cringe to me, glomping each other dressed as Naruto and Sasuke, making out, doing like when I tell you it was gross. And these people got very upset when Naruto naturally ended up with Hinata and when Sasuke naturally ended up with Sakura. People got very mad. See, Hunting.
Sakura could have done better.
Hunty knows what I'm talking about. And this is what, like, people, you don't take it seriously because you have a life. But a lot of these people, that's all they have. They don't have existence outside of these fandoms. They create their entire persona.
And that's scary.
That's
that
my
is
point.
scary.
Think about it. How many people like it bothers me. I find now a lot of people, their entire online art career is imitating VizzyPop. Is imitating the creator of Lore Olympus. I have found whole Instagram.
Lore Olympus. I forgot about that.
It's a great manga.
Cartoon.
Well, comic.
It's. I lost interest in it.
When?
I lost interest in it when, what was that one chapter? I think this is when okay, so Persephone just got casted out of Persephone. Oh, is that her name? I've been butchering her name this entire time.
Yeah, it's
let's call it Persephone.
Yeah, I remember you said that once, and I was like, I can't tell her that's not how it's said. It's
oh my bad. So I think I just stopped reading after. So she was casted out for, what did she do again? She killed like a bunch of mortals. She was caught. She was tried. Zeus claimed her guilty. Now this is like the third season. Now Hades is trying to like get her out or sneak her out or something. I just stopped reading. Like, I don't know. I just lost interest. Like, I'm still mad at Zeus. Like this man,
but that's why you
good
need to get
smack
back into it.
He needs a good Hera. I feel so bad for Hera. I was like, this woman needs help. Like she needs like a good story.
I'm judging you, Edie. I'm judging you.
You are. Oh, okay. You know, I got into a new series. It was it's called maybe you've heard of it. Oh, what is it? The Cursed Princess Club. I love The Cursed Princess
I love
Club.
and hate it.
Love it.
I love and hate it because there's a lot of aspects about it that it goes a little.
No, I love it. I love everything about The Cursed Princess Club. I love every single character right now. They're great. I love it.
I'm curious about what's going to go on with the mom. But
Me too.
My biggest thing is one of the reasons why I'm getting bored with Cursed Princess Club. Not enough romance. It's a little too much of this pontification about this stuff going on and the sideways thing, and
that's what's refreshing.
It's not refreshing to me. It's boring.
It's refreshing to me. Like I'm so sick of this
past all
romance
that.
crap. Like I want drama. Like my favorite trope, at least at this point in time, I feel like it changes all the time, is found family. And that's what Princess Club is giving me. The found family trope. Like everyone just kind of comes together, they find each other, they get closer to one another, they learn about their faults, they get through their faults. And it's like, it's such a, and I really do, and one could argue at the end of the day that they are children, so their romance isn't something you should really take too seriously. And that's what I like about it. They're kids. They're reminding you that they're children. They're still learning about themselves. The princes were just discovering that there's a lot more to their home life than we really anticipated. I love that they actually they got us they did the gotcha moment with us, because they made it a running gag throughout the series and how the prince's father treated them when it was fully uncovered. Like, oh my gosh, we were laughing at them being abused this entire time. Like, and that's how it is, though. Like, we laugh at the class clown. In reality, it's a little deeper than that.
But then, like, for me, that's
amazing.
like
all
ruins.
The pulls they're doing.
Right. Like for instance, Edie just said it, I want spice. That is why, even though the trope is a little tired, I would much rather read these isekai, I died and I was reborn things, because at least everyone gets reborn in an adult body, and I can enjoy an adult romance, because I guess for me, when I was growing up, I didn't realize all the characters in these shows were kids. Don't ask me why. It didn't occur to me that these kids in a high school were kids. I always figured if you're representing that, they're 18 and older.
No, I get that.
And so now my preference is, it just has been, because I have been so jaded. Now, I grew up loving Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon.
Oh, I love Dragon Ball. The story could be different.
Dragon
but I love
Ball
Dragon Ball.
has ruined me of any. That's why I won't watch Attack on Titan or anything else, because I am tired of the 6 episodes. Next time,
No.
Ah!
Attack on Titan's different. I swear, it's different. It's
not,
different, ladies.
Because
Wait, can I show you a
scene?
scene?
Academia, that stupid one that everyone loves the heroes and the My Hero Academia. He tried to show it to me, and once again, it's shouting and saying, "I'm gonna do the super punch, and it's just like 5 episodes of this one fucking trial where they're all in an arena going, and it's just the same cut shot of 20
No,
characters.
Attack
going,
on Titan isn't like that, I swear.
It's all like
It's
that.
not. It's
I've
different.
been there.
It's different.
It's not different. The only
Can I show
difference is
you
the
this?
faces.
Have you seen any scenes from Attack on Titan?
Yes, my husband watched it and I found it boring.
Oh my heart. Oh,
No
my
one's
heart.
making out. No one's having sex. Everyone's just getting eaten. I don't need that shit.
Oh,
And then I don't get eaten the way I want them to. They're getting
No.
the actual eaten.
It's not the same. It's such a good show.
And I'm sure it is.
Oh, I love that show.
You can keep it. Listen to this. He don't even like me no more, and he's saying this stuff. You know it's gonna be true.
No, Attack on Titan's different. They don't do that. Do they? No, they don't. Well, I mean, Aaron does. Look, he's a different. Aaron's on a whole other
Full
level.
Metal
Good lord.
Alchemist was one of the last shows I could stomach. And the thing is,
Brotherhood or the original?
the original. The original. And the thing is, like,
Brotherhood though.
she just tried to do that. I mean, someone screenshot that. We're gonna do that as a meme. Got her going,
No,
and then-
but I loved Brotherhood so much better. Do you know about the original and why it's different than Brotherhood?
yeah, because one takes more. She asks me. I was a weeb before you were born, young lady. Manga more than I understand that it's more accurate. But here's the thing: like Princess Tutu, one of my favorite of all time, right? The manga is utter trash. The manga is stupid. Like there is no like sense to it whatsoever. Still own both copies. However, don't get me started, you. And whatchamacallit. Love it. Just the same for being hot trash. Read the manga, then go watch the anime. Anime has concise rules, has a set storyline. Peachy. You're picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah.
It has a clear beginning, a clear end, an understanding. I will say this, I am forever bitter about the ending. I will forever be bitter. Ahiru and Fakir got fucked over in every way possible. Every way possible. And I'll always be bitter about that. And if you read it in the manga, the emotions are different. It is more like a not serious high school fun book for the manga. Watch the anime. It has so many deep ins and outs. What's my favorite romance anime?
Their anime in general, my opinion on it is it can either make or break it can make the manga adaptation better or worse. And I think a good example of this, I actually saw the difference, side to side difference this morning. It came on my YouTube algorithm because YouTube knows me better than I know me sometimes. So they're doing a back-to-back thing with the Hunter x Hunter manga and the anime. More specifically, that one scene where Gon is confronting. You've seen Hunter x Hunter? No, Hunter x
I
Hunter.
told you, if romance is not the main story, I'm not interested.
It's not. It's a fight. I love a good fight anime. I love fighting anime.
I'm just
a
so
shonen.
jaded
It's a
from
shonen.
them.
And
I am
found
so
family.
jaded from all of them because at the end of the day, it's a lot of, I can watch scenes from some of the ones that Starman watches because like if there's really butter animation, like I'll watch that scene. If there's too many shouting moves, cutscenes of like, and
You
everyone's
must hate
just
One Piece.
and so it's just like it just does not interest me anymore. I do not have the patience for it. There is romance that I won't read if there is too much of the wait, come back, and then they're just standing there as the other asshole runs away. Fuck you, I'm done. I don't want to watch it anymore.
Have you seen Wallflower? The anime?
Romeo and Juliet, I think I've seen it.
I don't think I've seen Romeo and
Wallflower,
Juliet.
the thing is, I consume so
It's the animation is horrendous, but
see, I can suffer through terrible animation if the story is fun. But here's what I will tell you. To answer the earlier question, Kimi ni Todoke is.
I love Kimi ni Todoke. Oh, I love that show. I forgot about that show.
Guess what?
Huh?
They're continuing the series.
I didn't know that. Oh, I love. You know what?
Very happy. Very
I'm
excited.
so mad about. You know a show they never brought back, and I don't think they're ever gonna bring back, and it ruffles my jammies in the worst way possible. Skip Beat. Have you ever heard of Skip Beat?
Oh, that takes me
That
back.
show only got one freaking season, and I am so mad. Oh,
See, Aaron
God.
knows. Aaron knows.
Bring
that's
back
like-
Skip Beat.
So you know what I do now, guys? Instead of watching anime, because again, it'll disappoint me. What I do instead is I go on mangagirl.net.
Oron. That's by default, though.
I see Oron. I had a hard time with because Oron was so. It's the same reason why I didn't watch Supernatural. It'll never live up to the hype. People will and
love
trust me,
Oron.
Oron was the thing back in the day, but also just like everything else, there's never an official romance. It always
There was.
circles the drain, but there's never an official couple. No one ever officially gets together. It's romance adjacent.
No, they
It's
got
romance.
together. They got together.
The,
They did
the
in the
last-
manga. In the
the
manga.
last episode does not count.
No,
as
in the
their
manga they
fun
get together. That's what I'm
guy.
trying to say. They get together in the manga.
That's just like Yuri on Ice. Yuri on Ice, everybody praised it as this gay masterpiece and this love story. And all I saw was two assholes doing the same fucking triple lits on the ice, which is different outfits, and staring at each other lovingly and one kiss. That was only alluded to, never actually done. And you're no longer my mother. And so I never said I didn't like Oron. I just couldn't get into it. I can't there's no direct romance. Like, I got mad because I understood or thought I understood ice skating more when I went into Yuri on Ice. I came out more confused about ice skating.
Let's be honest, though, the opening is pretty clean. I like the
Listen,
opening.
animation is butter. That's what saved it for me.
my
I was able to
heart
sit
beat
through it because that animation is gorgeous. And it distracts you from the fact that there's no fucking story.
There is a story. There is. I don't know what you're talking
The
about.
story is they gay bait you for an entire season and a half.
Don't all sports anime do that, though?
That's why I don't watch sports animes.
I don't either. I think Yuri on
I
Ice is literally the
know.
only sports anime I could sit through. I even tried watching Kuroko no Basket at some point. I couldn't watch it. Like, it's... I don't know. I couldn't get through it. Like,
Is that a basketball show?
Huh? Yeah, it's the basket. I couldn't watch it. Like, a lot... I back in high school specifically, my friends, they would talk about 3 shows. Free. What's that one show about the singers? I don't even remember. The girl, she's pink hair, yellow eyes. You know what I'm talking about? No. It's the one singing show. I don't remember that show.
There's
And
not
the
just
third
one singing show.
There's
There's like
thing.
a hundred.
They all kind of look the same at some point. But they would talk about that singing show, Free, and what was that one other show? I don't remember. But the point is, I could not get into those shows. Every time I'd be like, but guys, Attack on Titan. They'd be like, no, but Free. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I was into Attack on Titan before it went mainstream. Let it be known. Okay.
She's an Attack on Titan
The
hipster.
amount of friends, old high school buddies that reached out to me during the pandemic and goes, Peachy, have you seen Attack on that show's actually pretty good? I went,
Are you talking about Love Live? That's an idol anime.
Love Live, yes.
There you go. Sumi's
I
got
mean,
your back.
it sounds familiar. Hold up, I'm looking it up right now. Love Live.
Here's what I will tell you guys.
I think it was.
I'm very picky, and yet not, because the thing is with anime.
No, it wasn't Love Live.
What was it, babe?
No, but actually, the third one, I think you're right, was Love Live. What was the other show? A bunch of guys sung and danced. Idolish? What? I don't remember the show.
And so
Girl
for
had
me,
pink hair. I know this.
it's reading that gets me more. And then I might not even finish the show, the manga. Like, if it bores me, again, if it's too much of this like pontificating about some drama in the background, like I don't want to hear about this intersectionality between these nations and who's in this issue and that issue. I just want to see them have romantic dates. I don't care about none of the rest of it. I just don't. Let me see. Just Peachy and Star Sun, in your opinion, is the most overhyped and overrated Genesis.
Neon Genesis, Evangelion?
Evangelion.
I've never seen it, so I can't judge it. But
Let me tell you
I've
something.
seen a little bit of it. I can't get into mecha kind of anime. I can't get into that stuff. That's one of the reasons why people talk about Transformers a lot, and I'm like, I want to get into it. I can't. I like the movies, but I can't sit through the show. It's like,
The only mecha I could enjoy was Gundam Wing. That
never
was
seen
it.
Gundam either. Like, I can't get
Gundam
into stuff
Wing
like
was
that. I just can't. I don't even know why. I love giant monsters fighting each other. You know what I think it is? I think I mentioned this too to a friend. There's
and
something
Fluid.
about giant robots. I feel like by default they cannot lose. This is how my mind works, right? If a giant robot, like just like Bumblebee or whatever, right, dies, right? In the back of my head, I'm like, but they're a robot. Just put him back together. And people are all surprised, like, oh my gosh, he's actually alive. It's like, yeah. Because he has working
Wasn't
parts
alive to begin with.
and put back together. Like that's how. Because there is no risk when you're a robot, right? You get hundreds of years can go by, but as long as someone flips a switch, you're awake again. It's like there's no life or death experience with robots. For me, I get it. It doesn't make any sense. Of course, there are certain shows are no, this character dies in this way and they never come back. It's like, yeah, I get it, but in my mind, it's like there's always a possibility for them. Just like Dragon Ball, when someone dies, like they're probably gonna come back at some point.
So it means they're
Like-
inconsistent in the rules that they set.
Huh?
It
Yeah,
means they're
there's that.
inconsistent.
There needs to
And
be.
it makes it difficult to be able to understand the storyline, doesn't
How
it?
do you feel about Black? But I've never. That's another show I couldn't get into. I could not.
Everyone
get
told
into
me
Black
to,
Butler.
and I immediately couldn't do it.
Black Butler.
As soon as everyone kept saying,
Do it.
you should watch Black Butler, I'm like, I don't even understand the point of
Why
it.
does this child need a demon butler? Like
And a lot of people said there was a romantic tension in it, and that alone, I was like, now I don't want to see it.
even as I was in middle school when I was introduced to Black Butler, and as a middle schooler, I was like, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't. All my friends in middle school talked about it. A friend of mine, a very close friend of mine, who didn't like anime, loved
because that's
Black
when
Butler,
anime started
and I
becoming
couldn't get into
big.
it. I was like, it doesn't.
Death Note is a
could've-
good show, but Death Note became too big.
I never seen Death Note. I know it's weird.
I
I've
don't
never
know
seen
if
it.
you like
I know
it.
the memes.
Matt liked it. Starman, a lot of these shows, Starman, like, so the things that I think are just, they went too far and went on too long. Naruto, I'm sorry, Amanda.
Sumi and I think alike. Sumi knows what I'm talking about.
Bleach, One Piece.
I just was watching One Piece.
I know, but it's way too long. It's the longest
It's so
anime
long.
ever.
I-
And
It's not just the longest anime, longest manga. It's still going.
as I say, it's
Oh
like
my
for me,
gosh.
like it's just like The Simpsons. After a while, you overstayed your welcome, and it's like I love Dragon Ball. I'm glad that as far as I know, God Almighty, there's no more new Dragon Ball things, and so it's like for me, after a while, see Kill la Kill. I've never even touched that one. Again, all of these mainstream ones that everyone else has enjoyed. Don't ask me because it's probably not it. Unless it was Inuyasha. That was one of the ones I love. But even then, I think if I started watching Inuyasha today, I wouldn't enjoy it as much. Why? Because it's that tease of a relationship for 4 fucking seasons.
I hated Kikyo.
and-
I really hated Kikyo. Like, I couldn't stand it.
Kikyo was literally
No.
on the one hand, I really enjoyed her character because back then when I was a kid, I was a misunderstood maiden. And so I would use Kikyo in a lot of stuff. At the other hand of it, oh my God, she's such a cop-out character.
You know what
And-
show I loved growing up? Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it was like panty and stocking is one just I don't enjoy.
I
Again,
haven't seen it.
you wouldn't like it. It's
Really?
way over sexualized. Way over sexualized. And it's just overall most mainstream I've never enjoyed. I enjoy the shit that everyone's like, what is that? And I'm like, exactly, you don't know.
Oh, Princess Jellyfish?
Huh?
Have you seen Princess Jellyfish?
Again, I enjoyed that one.
It was cute.
I did not like that it was an anime. It doesn't translate well into animation, in my opinion.
Really? That was
Yeah, and even then, the story, like I would skip whole sections because I got
Aww.
bored with it. Like I liked it, I didn't, but then again, it was a little too much about drag queens, and it's a whole thing. I got a little itch.
You know what story can remain consistent and still be a masterpiece?
I might break your heart. What?
JoJo.
I've never seen a single episode of JoJo. I can't.
JoJo.
I
Oh
can't.
my. It's the silliest. I can't even describe it. Like it's you can watch
No,
a
I
clip
know.
and go,
All
what
I've
did I
seen is
just
the
see?
memes.
And it's amazing.
And it's too much tongue action for me. Too much.
I get
No, I'm done. I'm done. No.
I love JoJo. It's the most out of pocket series in anime I can think of.
Oh,
But it's the
I
most
bet so.
amazing. Like I love everything about it. So perfect.
So, for instance, I love Harumiya, right? Love
Oh
that
my
show.
gosh! Haruhi Suzumiya?
No.
I haven't seen that show in forever. That
It-
show
it-
didn't age very well.
It's not that. Go watch Grimgar Fantasy of Ash. So much drama, but I don't want drama. I just want romance.
No.
I don't want the drama. Drama bores me. If I gotta see too much of he didn't understand me. Oh, why did he betray me?
I'm
Oh,
surprised you
did-"
never heard of Wallflower then.
Like I probably have and don't realize it. Like the thing is, you understand.
It's
I will blast through romance. All right, to give you an idea, guys. I am currently reading.
fan fiction.
No. You insult me, child. I'm gonna adopt you. You gotta stop talking that way to your mother. Let me see. 1, 2, 3,
you look
4,
hard
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,
Dororo's good.
19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 active mangas open that I'm currently all reading, and they're all romance.
You said before you read Isekai, right? Isekai stuff?
Yeah, these are all isekai.
What kind? I can't find a good Isekai manga to read. Like,
Literally go to Manga Girl.
really?
Manga
I'm looking
Girl.
forward to- I like a good Isekai. They're all the same at this point. Like, I want like a good Isekai. Like, I don't know. Something nice, something different, something refreshing.
I'd have to look through my list. There's a lot of them.
Huh?
I read hundreds. When I tell you, Peachy, I'm reading hundreds. I'm reading hundreds a year, and it's
Then you've probably heard of the one. It's actually a Korean manga, manhwa. I love the art. I love the concept of the story. I'm trying to like it. I cannot like it. And I think it's the way it's worded. Like, you know, the script. It's the script and how they write it. I love the idea and the concept of it. I cannot, and the art is gorgeous. I just can't get into it. And I'm really mad about it because it's actually, I think it's one of the more popular in Isekai manhwas. It's called Trash the Counts Family. Are you familiar with that? No? Well, it's an anime. It's not an anime. It's a manhwa. I can't get into it. And I'm really mad about it. And I'm like, how come I can't get into this? Like, it's just...
I have posted. That's where mangagirl.me.
I've never heard of this.
It's well, you have to search.
Oh, my computer's blocking it. Never mind.
It's because okay. So here's the thing. A lot of those that 27 Century is the product of bored mind. Sounds like you're reading garbage. It doesn't satisfy you. No, it's just I finished one completely, and then once they are, you got to realize something. All of these are waiting to be updated. Kaka. I will read it till it's gone, and then of course I'm not satisfied because I can't read any more of it. So I'm addicted to reading. So I will completely finish something. I will exhaust that story, now I've got no more to read. Got to read another one. So I have a bunch of them open. Some of them I haven't even started reading yet. So that way, in case one I've exhausted, I have another to go to. So I can keep that one open, because also the problem is on mangagirl.me, it has a finite amount of stories you can save. Like, I think it's only 10. And if you try to save another, it doesn't tell you your list is full. No, it just kicks out the oldest one. So you might not even realize it. So that one might not have updated in 8 months. And now you might forget it existed. And so that's the problem that I have with it. But I will always do it. Like, I've always been someone that when I want to read, Lookism is a massive disappointment.
It is!
Massive disappointment.
It started off phenomenal, and then it just kind of went downhill.
Massive.
I've seen, by the way, Ray Zero. Loved the first couple seasons. I couldn't watch it anymore after, like, he did Rem dirty. That's all I'm gonna say. I got so mad about that. Ooh, I got mad about that. But
Like,
Lookism. Loves Lookism. Loved it. And it just, what happened to it? What happened to it?
Honestly, it's like, so in the beginning, I really liked that form of isekai. I thought it was a really cool idea. And for the first, like, I'd say 20 chapters, it did a really good job of building the entire idea and getting to look at Crystal. And I don't even remember the main guy's name. I only remember the main girl's name. And it was like really building well, and really and then about, I would say, what, by chapter 35, chapter 40, all of a sudden, all it is endless gang wars. I mean, I literally would scroll and scroll and scroll, and half the time you don't even see him in his original body anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't think it even exists at this point. It's so long.
Kind of, sort of. So I actually skipped a bunch of chapters, but to kind of give you the TLDR, he started working on his original body, and it's gotten to the point that it kind of does look like his transformation body.
I don't understand what you mean by that, Layla. What it is Manga Girl is just okay. So it is a website that screenshots any and all manga and will translate it. So, like, they'll screenshot it where you can get the screenshots easier. Even manga that's supposed to be paid for. So let's say you don't want to pay $5.99 a chapter.
I know.
You really want to read it.
I feel really bad. I
don't at all.
Do. So if it got taken down, like, I go on Manga Go to read my stuff sometimes, and if there was people freaking out, like, they go, oh my gosh, they're about to take down the website. A part of me was like, that's fair. Like, I'll accept the fate. I'll accept.
A lot of these isekai things are released by a company, and they're released in mass. They'll hire like 50 artists and 50 storytellers, and they'll say, this is your base, come up with something. And then they will flood the market with this. And so it's just 50 different retellings of the same idea.
And stalking. Killing stalking was a different level.
I don't even know what that is.
Oh, you don't want to know. Oh, no. Oh.
But yeah,
I didn't finish Killing Stalking for the plot. I finished it because I just wanted to know if the character lived. Like, it's not even a question. It's, okay, to break it down, just to sum it up in like a sentence. The story it's the psychological aspect of Killing Stalking is phenomenal. It knows how to get in your head. The story itself is the most, and I don't want to swear. If I could, though, I would. Effed up situation. It is the worst, and it's almost when I've had people go, "Oh, it's a yaoi." It's at this point, it's not a yaoi. Oh, I've had that argument, like, it's because people call it a yaoi because it is a love story. I'm quoting that loosely.
Is it love story like how You is a love story?
No, like it's so messed up. It's because the two main characters happen to be men who, get together. That's the only reason people call it a yaoi. Oh, there's two men. It's not a yaoi. Oh, no.
I'm seeing Stockholm syndrome
story. It's a literal.
That's called lack of choice.
No, it's a Stockholm syndrome story, and it's the artist, the writer it's the way. I guess I really admire. It's fascinating how they could really get into the head of a serial killer, pretty much.
So here's what I will tell you. I love
Killing
watching
stalking
serial
is such
killers.
a level of mind effery. Like, oh my.
See, for me, I will watch serial killer documentaries. I will watch deep dives on murders. I don't enjoy shows written about it. Does that make
Oh
sense?
no. Again, killing stalking it's an entire level of different. Like, I can't even describe it into words. I can't tell. Oh, do you like the manga? I don't know anymore. Like, I can't say
I
with
don't know
confidence
anymore.
if I like it.
Nothing makes sense.
Like, I did when the chapters updated it. I didn't go, oh goody, a new updated chapter. I'd be like,
wait,
shit,
Hunty, how old are you now, honey? Because I've never even heard of this show, and she's saying I don't know how I read it at 17, meaning it's been a little bit. But no, like for me, I will just I go and I find, like, I like to save them all on a list. But I do the exact same thing, like when I really like stuff, but I can't buy it at the moment, I save everything to a list. I'll keep a website, like I have over 70 tabs open on my Firefox at all times because I will forget.
same.
Okay. I guess I'm a little annoyed with what whatchamacallit said earlier. Kaka. Like, it's not that they're not good or that I'm reading trash, although when it's trash, I stop reading it. Because I'm like, if it's getting boring, if the story is not going anywhere, I just stop and I take it off my list. But the problem is that it's like, I think it was Hunty that said it. I do not want to blow money to binge. If I really, really like the manga, I will actively then go on to the pay for site and I will buy chapters periodically. But if you know what's trash, SOA?
Sword Art Online? That's what, unless it's
SAO. SAO.
Yes, Sword Art
is
Online.
beautiful trash.
I've never
I
seen
do
it.
enjoy SAO.
I couldn't get into it.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it up until I think the 3rd season. And then I was just like, this is trash now. Like,
That's how I felt with Ray Zero. Like, you're not into the Ray Zero is supposed to be a psychological.
Hunty, I'm not reading it.
It's supposed to be a psychological horror. I use horror loosely because I'm not sure. But at the 3rd season, it starts getting into the whole main character with 3 different women trope. Like, who should I end up with? And I'm like, stop.
I hate those. Like,
I hate
like
those
Tenchi
animes,
Muyo
and I'm like,
ruined
I
that for me.
couldn't.
Right. Like, Tenchi Muyo ruined that shit for me.
Yeah.
Like, where it's like, oh, will they, won't they? I don't give a fuck, just can they already? Like, again, like, I get very annoyed with a lot of the anime tropes in romance. And if I start seeing them, like, again, like I say, no, wait, it was all a misunderstanding, but they don't even say that part. Or they sit there and they let that other person that's upset over the misunderstanding pontificate, go off the handle, and they sit there and say nothing. They might cry or they storm off. I'm like, you could literally solve this problem right now. And there's like, so it's stuff like that annoys me. Or so that's why I kind of enjoy the isekai, because it's like you're in on a secret. But then again, like I said, if it doesn't get any kind of interesting, if there is no way of making it creative, I can watch a little bit. I love ReZero. I don't think it goes into him actually picking a girl. He seems more concerned in the story of bringing Rem back and all that.
That's not okay. So the kind of sum up what Ray Zero is, just a quick briefing. A boy, he literally gets isekai'd into another world. The only difference is every time he cannot die. Pretty much, he dies, he gets sent back to a period of time, like a timestamp in time. So he has to try and figure out what's causing the time loop. He can't tell anyone there's a time loop, by the way, that he's dealing with. So he dies in the most horrific way possible. Like, every time he dies, it gets worse. And he starts to lose his mind. He's like, he's going mad because he keeps dying. And it's a psychological story. But I guess it's the season 3. It's gotten to the point where now there's trying to like stem a romance between him and the main character. But and then there's
Again-
Rem, who's another character who's it's a whole thing. I don't like the way it's going in anymore. Like I
This is
love the
exactly the
psychological aspect of it. Then they started going to the romance territory, and I'm like, that's not why I'm here. I'm here to know if this man can fix himself. Like that's all I want.
Then there is your point. 'Cause see, for me, anytime they try to go too psychological, this is why I enjoy romance, guys. Because romance is always fun. There's always some kind of fluffy aspect to it. There's a bit of the spice, like Edie was saying. I don't need to read anything about massive fights, violence, psychological terror,
I do.
anything, because I see it enough in real life every day on the news.
I do.
I just want to watch two people that are blazingly rich just live in a stress-free world where they boink, have romance, do romantic things, and they live happily ever after. I don't need nothing else. The only time I don't need it to be a centralized romantic story is when I watch mainstream animation from like DreamWorks, but even then, if there's no romance whatsoever, I feel a little screwed over. And so it's like, I have like, I'm gonna say something controversial.
Oh no.
I watched Elemental.
Careful, you're on the internet.
You all were fucking wrong about that movie.
Is it
Disney did
good?
them hella dirty.
It's good?
It was an adorable film. It was
Really?
simple. It was straightforward. It was a romantic story about straight people, which I think is why they really blew it into the ground. And Kaicho Maid Sama, isn't that the one with the dragons that all look like 3-year-olds?
No! What? You've never heard of Kaicho wa Maid
I
Sama?
do, but I can't remember. I know the words, but I don't
No,
know.
what
I'm
are
not.
you thinking of?
There is
No.
this dragon maid thing.
No, it's not the dragon maid. Kaicho wa Maid Sama is about a young woman
Blimey.
who's dirt poor, but she's a
Yes,
star.
never mind. That's a good one. Never mind. Yes, I love that one. Never mind.
I love Kaicho wa. I was like, what are you talking? No.
No, but
Kaicho wa
see,
Maid Sama is a
Natanya gets it.
masterpiece. I love it. It was
I
great.
am reading it to escape into a pretty fluffy world. I am reading because you know how you might crave bad food, junk food? You crave it, you get hungry for it,
Yeah.
you get an itch, you got to scratch. That's me with romance. I will
What
actively.
does that say about me?
No, I'm saying I'm not a normal person. I understand this. That I will sit there. I have actively avoided eating, going out, and doing responsibilities if it meant I could binge a really good romance manga.
It's like a weeb.
Or
Like a true weeb.
a romance weeb. Because when I used to go to the library, I would take out like 15 books at a time, and I would complete at least half of them in a week. We're talking like at least 500 pages. And these would be what you can consider beach books and romance novels. I will tell you right now, I will get upset that I can't get to a romance story. I would easily give up food over romance stories.
Wow.
And that is something where I've gotten in trouble many, many times over the years, sneaking books into places I shouldn't have brought them. I will get annoyed having to drive somewhere because I can't read. I will sneak off to the bathroom so I can read. You guys don't understand. I am addicted to that.
Wow. What are your thoughts on like a show like
Twilight sucks. What?
Fruits Baskets?
Fruits Basket was adorable.
It was cute.
But there was a lot of it, like there was incest in that. And you don't remember?
What?
Don't
No!
you remember? They're all related, right? Everyone's in the family. Don't you remember that?
No. No, I forgot
Remember?
about it. No!
And I didn't think about it until I got older.
Completely forgot about it.
And I was like,
Why?
it made me have a hard time enjoying it now.
No,
But
I
they promoted
completely
it.
forgot about
And
that.
they're first cousins.
No. Now I know why I forgot it. I probably mentally blocked it out. Like,
Here's what I will tell you. See this?
no.
See this? I have gotten in trouble. I got in trouble so much. I was in the middle of English class. I was reading a library book. And my English teacher was standing right over me for 5 minutes. And I didn't know. Here's me, little star son, reading. I had it below the desk, and he is standing right here, watching me, and everyone's watching.
Yeah, that's ADHD at its finest.
And when
It's
I finally realized
hyper-focusing.
he was there, he literally slapped the book across the room.
Aw.
And it was a library book, so it ripped.
Ooh.
You know what my dumbass thing? The first thing I said is, "You're gonna pay for that book because it's not mine; it's the library's," and it ripped. That's the first thing out of my mouth. Not, "I am sorry for reading in class, sir, and it's my fault the book got." No, I had to be like, "You're gonna pay for that."
I've never I had a similar story. I didn't get the book slapped out of my hand though. I got the teacher took she took a clipboard and like smashed it on my desk. I was reading Goosebumps though. Like I was addicted to Goosebumps.
Right.
It's very interesting how you have this sort of fixation on like romance tropes, and I don't want to say straight up horror because I don't like the real nasty gory stuff. Like that's something I actually stay away from. I do like the horror, like psychological aspect, like ghosts and ghouls, and
I won't watch any.
I love Goosebumps and thrills and like something that would make chills down my spine. Like that's what I like.
See, for me, I've experienced too much paranormal. I don't need to. Like, I've experienced real paranormal experiences, and so have you, by the way, young lady.
I have not. I think that was all in my head.
No, I don't want to hear none of that. No.
You really think those are ghosts or demons or something?
Here's what I will tell you.
I've been sleep deprived as a child. I was very sleep deprived even as a child. I wouldn't put it past it.
She's trying to excuse it now.
No, like
enough shit that I don't need to read about it. I would rather, and there is a lot of studies on it, I would rather have all fun shit. That's why I watch a lot of cartoons and I enjoy all that stuff. That's why even though Miraculous is trash, I enjoy the shit out of that trash. There is two things that I enjoy.
So much potential out of Miraculous.
Yes.
Wasted.
I love Strange Magic and Miraculous. Both are trash as fuck.
What about Cardcaptor Sakura?
Huh?
Cardcaptor Sakura?
Cardcaptor Sakura is not trash. It's a wonderful.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen Cardcaptor. I've seen clips.
Watch the original.
I don't know if I'd watch it.
Watch the original.
The original? Okay.
Watch
Maybe.
the original. It's very cute.
Really?
There's a lot of romance in it, but I will say this: what makes it hard for me? There's two things that make it hard for me. Okay. One, everyone is 10 years old.
Ooh.
Okay. Second, I don't know how to explain this without sounding creepy. I'm just going to go out and say it. The man who made the cloud cards, I'm going to ruin it for you now so that way you know ahead of time. The man that made the cloud cards got reincarnated. And the woman he loved was reincarnated a little before him. About 15 years before him.
No.
So when he's 10,
no,
they're a couple waiting to be legal.
No!
And I was like, and it didn't occur again. Remember, I said, as a kid, they're all adults. And technically, he has got the brain of an 80-year-old dude. Okay.
Yeah, I get it.
And so it's like, it's a workaround. But I'm like,
the same thing. I was a similar reaction. I was going on one of my streams. I was reminiscing on a show called Shugo Chada. Have you heard of that show? So similar to what you just told me. It's a romance. Yeah, it's a romance. It's a magical girl romance thing. Like similar to what you just told me. The characters are very young. They're in middle school. However, there is a romance trope, and I'm using it loosely because they never straight up say it, but it's implied in some scenes, right? Where she has a huge crush on her middle school friend, boy, but then there's another older bad boy. She's like, but oh, he's so bad. Like, oh, but no, it's forbidden. The thing is, she is 10 years old. The other kid, he's 17. And I'm like, no. And if I showed you a clip there's a clip on YouTube I found recently that even as a kid, I was like, but now that I'm older, I'm like, oh no. The early 2000s hit different.
let me show you something because
Oh no, I kind of want to show you this. Nah, I'm not gonna show you. But for those who don't know, I'm talking about the characters Ikuto, blue-haired cat dude, It's a story, I promise. And then the pink-haired main character.
Wait, you're talking about Tokyo Mew Mew.
No, I'm not.
That literally Tokyo Mew Mew.
No, Shugo Chida. Look it up. Shugo Chida.
Wow, they copied Tokyo Mew Mew because the pink-haired girl, the main magical girl, and there's a bad boy with green hair has a crush on her.
Blue hair. No, it's Shugo Chida. It's a cute show, but then there's stuff like that, and you go,
Okay, so I'm gonna show you these characters. Hold on. So hold the phone. I'm gonna show you this. This.
Oh,
fucks
and the
up my
main
brain
and
now.
the bad boy has a sister, and the sister openly crushes on her brother. That's disturbing.
So why is the picture of Yue not up here now? I just
Card captor Sakura.
so when I go here, it shows Yue. When I go to images, where the fuck is he? What the hell?
He's just that good.
He's just that gay.
Ha! Oh yeah, he's the character that's like supposed to be a angel of some sort.
So no, he's a
No
creation
idea.
of Clow. What the hell? What? All right, so this is Yue right here.
Yeah, I remember him.
Okay. Now I want you to look at this dynamic right here, right?
Oh,
So Yue is not in love with Sakura.
okay.
However, see how you can clearly see Yue is an adult. You can clearly see that Yue is not young, like
Kind of looks like
Sakura.
what's his face from Fruits Baskets.
so. A lot of these designs were really popular back then. So you can see how he's definitely an adult, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's because he's in a body of an adult. That adult, Sakura very much has a crush on. This is Sakura's brother.
Oh yeah, I know those characters.
And so she very much wanted.
But aren't they dating?
They were.
Like they are, right?
Yeah, the brother was dating him. And
That's all I know. I don't know anything else about the show.
she, like there was a lot of things where it would show that like, you know, she was trying to go for a kiss and hoping for all that stuff. And so it's like it's just stuff like that really I love card. See now, why is it? This is annoying. Why is this showing proper? So annoying.
You said you're on Firefox?
Yeah,
Maybe that's why.
Yue was my favorite character from the show.
Very pretty.
I love him. He's like, as you can see, he's my aesthetic. And him and Inuyasha were partly the inspiration.
My taste in anime, guys, are so much different than the average anime watcher.
I'm kind of different, like, because I like certain aesthetics.
Because he's just too pretty for me. He would not be someone I'd like go, oh my gosh, he's so cute. Like he's too pretty.
His character is
Too
his
feminine
actual
looking.
personality is not feminine whatsoever.
Okay, like
Like
I
he looks very effeminate. He is like straight laced, very, very. What? Like he looks like he'd be like, yes, hello. No, he's more like you're fucking stupid.
Ooh.
Like that's more of his character.
no, that would
and-
scare me. Like, ooh, nope.
Like
Just like
yeah.
he sounds like what's his face from Inuyasha?
Huh?
What's his name? Inuyasha's brother.
Right.
I'm literally blanking on his name.
Yes.
Sesshomaru.
Shomaru. Right. So both of them have the. I think you're thinking of Mark and Zoe. They're the main couple. Kishu. Yeah. I was thinking she's talking about Tokyo Mew.
Wait, what?
She's talking about Tokyo Mew Mew.
Oh, I'm
Um,
talking about Ikuto and.
and so like
Mm.
Sesshomaru and Yue, they were out during the time when you had these very ethereal, tall, white-haired characters. It's a big deal in anime at the time, and they were always somebody who had a very blunt, brash, straightforward personalities. It's a weird lifestyle they conditioned in Japan, right? And so I imagine still coming in because it wasn't uncommon to be in an arranged marriage with someone way older, right? The age of consent in certain parts of Japan is still 13 years old.
Remember Fruits Baskets had Toru's mother and father and how they met? No!
In case you don't know, they were student and teacher. Still common today. And so it's like,
Mm.
who's Inuyasha bro? Me, Sekiro.
Sekiro?
No, she's that's the word she thought of.
Oh,
Love the man that'll just kill me. And so it's so
I crushed on characters. I very rarely crushed on anime characters. I don't know why. I just never could. But I did like, if I had to pick one that I kind of did, Law from One Piece.
I made the very smart decision to make my own character to crush on. So I was absolved of those issues. So I just had a crush on my own character. Solved that real easy.
A lot of One
And
Piece characters.
I always thought it was weird when people had crushes on anime characters. Then my kids point out that my husband looks like Willie Tiber from
Hold up, Willie Tiber. Oh, really?
One of my favorite things is people showing their childhood crushes and then who they marry. And it's really crazy. Like, I will say this, Starman looks nothing like my childhood crush.
So am I gonna find someone who looks like Law? or who else? Kid, Eustace Kid. Who else? I liked a lot of One Piece characters. Now that I'm actually thinking about it.
Michelle McDaniel loves the clown dude, and I'm like, I'm judging you.
Buggy? I judge it.
Yeah. Like, she was sitting there saying, like, it is a situation.
Buggy the
like,
Buggy's
Michelle, I
funny,
don't know if you watch my lives, but if you're watching, girl, I'm judging.
Buggy's endearing. I love Buggy. He's
I'm
endearing.
sure he is. But if I'm gonna fall in love with a dude, I don't want a dude that's got a giant ass clown nose. I'm just saying.
I would say Shanks too, but I already shipped Shanks with someone else, so to me, he's like already taken. It's like I can't do it.
Is he canonically taken?
No. But in my little headcanon, he is.
I hate headcanons. I hate ships.
No, they matter. Yes, they do. It works.
No,
It works.
if it's not canon, it doesn't work.
Yes, it does.
Out of those Zutara people.
It does. That's why I feel guilty. I told you, it's just a personal headcanon of mine.
People simping over La Buggy. What?
LA Buggy.
I don't know. What, Nova? My cats are informing me I've been up.
But
too
Buggy
late
is a
for
very
4
funny
a.m.
character. I like Buggy.
It's almost 4 a.m. I said I
Interesting
didn't
One
want
Piece
to.
character.
This
Peachy
is what
Peachy
happens.
brother,
You get
though.
me on one of these.
Ace, Porcus D. Ace, listen.
Well, what
I like-
about him? What I'm
He
getting?
was cute.
Do
Porcus
you
D.
watch
Ace.
Deb
Rest
Smickly?
his soul. Do you what? Wait, Deb's. What? I have never seen it.
Yeah,
Starship
I
is
don't.
like non-canon ships. No, it's just a fun headcanon.
I don't like
God, leave me
non-canon
alone.
anything.
Leave me alone.
I don't like non-canon anything because as someone that creates, I've already said it ad nauseum. But I'll
Shipping
say it
is fun. It is fun.
to me, it's disrespecting the creator.
But
To
I'm
me,
not
it's
like forcing people to listen
Let
to
me
it.
let me get there. Let me get there. I don't like if it's where you like have it all in your own head and you don't,
Yeah, it's
say-
just for fun.
But the thing is, again, you have to remember, I'm not talking about people like you.
No.
There's a lot of people who I literally have said, like, what people have drawn, if it ain't canon, Star ain't fanning. Black Cats will send me shit on Instagram just because she knows I'll get a little angry over it. But anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah. A lot of people like to ship Alistair with people. Now, what did we just say earlier in this conversation? Alistair, don't I
He's
know about
Alistair. You can't like. You
They want
can't.
him with Charlie. They want him
Yeah.
with Charlie.
No.
Charlie's already got
Charlie's
Maggie.
a girlfriend.
And so for me, the reason why I find disrespectful, and here's why, and this is why I don't like fan fiction either. When you claim to be a fan of a property, then you're a fan of what they made. But if you sit there and you say, well, I really like those characters because they vibe with what I like. I like that setting, but I don't want it to be like that. I'm gonna rewrite it because this is better. I'm gonna rewrite it to be what I think is really good. And now this is a better version of that. Because no matter what you say is, you are making a version you yourself find better. By writing it and creating that, you're pretty much saying, yeah, it's cool to have this actual canon piece, but I'm gonna make over here something that it suits what I want more. So what you're saying is, at the end of the day, this person who spent heaps of money years of designing and testing and went and pitched it to people and did all these things. You're telling them that what they did was shit. It's okay, you tried your best, creator, but I'm gonna do a better job. And I know you're gonna say nobody thinks that way.
No, I'm not gonna say that. Like, there are crazy people who think that way. I think so long as you understand that how you headcanon certain characters, that doesn't make it canon. As long as you understand that your entire fandom is much different than the canon fandom, it's fine. Like, I understand completely that Shanks will not get to, more than likely not get together with anyone in the show. He's Shanks. He's Shanks. He literally can do anything he wants. But you know, I still have my little headcanon. I'm not going to force it on anyone else, though, let alone Oda.
Just think about it, right? See what Black Cat said right here? Man, I'm a fan of this. Also fan. Everyone is gay and this character is trans now and gay. I want you to think about it. This is why I don't like headcanons. How many people vehemently thought that Elsa should now be gay? They decided it. It was never decided by Disney. But
Elsa has to be the queen that she is. Like, does she need anyone, really?
But that's the thing. They wanted her to be gay with Honeysuckle. They demanded it. It was in the second movie. Then, mind you, all they had was a 5-minute interaction.
Mihawk and Shanks.
Where they shared a story. There was a character in The Incredibles. The Incredibles 2. Just because she had a large jaw and was lanky, she has to be trans. This is the trans character. And people fought over it. People pushing for certain characters to be retconned to be gay, retconned to be trans, this, that, and the other. This is why I don't like fan art, fan fiction, and headcanon. Because while people like you will sit there and go, oh, it's just for fun, most are not like that, especially the loud ones. And then they turn around and they go, well, why isn't it? Well, we need to make Superman gay for this. Well, Batman should be black. Well, this and that, because now it feels more in tune with what I need as representation. This is the problem that I have. This is the issue. Right. Because clearly Shang must be gay. Even though the only time he started finding interest in her was once he saw her tits. But
Batman X Joker. Kill it with fire.
Exactly.
Kill that with fire.
So this is the problem that
Some things should just remain in fan fiction alone.
But it never does. And
it
then
should.
And assholes become the lead artists and the lead producers, and then they get to make these decisions, and then they get actually written into an off branch of the universe, and it's canon now because it's an off branch of the universe. So these are the reasons why I don't like them.
That
Red
Hood
Wing,
fan fiction stays
Red
there.
Hood, aren't
Stays
they the
there.
person? Isn't Red Hood
Mihawk and Shanks? No, delete this. Delete this.
And so this is why I don't enjoy these things, because when people get up and demand that characters get retconned into a way, it happens all the time. This character should be gay. This character should be trans. This character should be a different nationality. This character should be trained. I don't care if it's about being black. I said Superman, not Spider-Man, first of all. Second of all, the point is, when you do that, you're not respecting the original stuff. If you want a good Muslim character, then make one. Instead of taking, like, for instance, let's say it's Wonder Woman, who is traditionally Greek. Well, you know what? We don't have enough representation. Wonder Woman should now be a black Muslim woman. Why?
Because she can thrive like the queen she deserves to be. No.
Right. So what? But mind you, they won't change anything about her. Like, for instance, what was it? The God of War. God of War, right?
I haven't seen that.
God of War had a black Norseman.
Of course.
Norsewoman. A black Viking. Why? There was never any black people in the Viking Age. not in that area, but representation.
Just like no one
History-
points out the during the first Black Panther movie, there's a scene before they all go to war, and they're panning over all the soldiers, and then there's one particular soldier who's very, very fair skinned, and I'm like, wait a minute, wait a minute,
Why?
That man has a story to tell. Like,
And this is the point.
it didn't make any sense to me. Like, they're
You
all
wanna
supposed to be very
create it?
dark.
Right. Create the character. Stop retconning characters. At least with Miles Morales, it's a whole new character. Different thing
Into
entirely.
Spider-Verse is so good.
Right, and I love Into the Spider-Verse, but this is my point. This is what happens when you get people that do headcanons, fan fictions, all of that. They never want to create an original character. They want to retcon what already exists because they don't care what someone made. They just want to see themselves in it. I don't see myself physically and nationally in anything. I still relate to characters. Plenty of them. One of the Disney characters, even though I love Belle, I love Beauty and the Beast. It's one of my favorite Disney movies of all time. The character I relate to the most is Tiana. Tiana and I have nothing in common. None. But her work ethic and her no nonsense and her just keep trying, love it all day long. Yes, girl, keep praising it. And what I don't like is the message of the film is that's not good enough. Why? Why is that so bad? Why was it so bad? She wanted to work hard.
I relate
Not
to,
everyone needs
I
to go
relate
out
to
dancing and
her best
partying every
friend.
night. Say it again.
I relate to Princess Tiana's best friend. Should say
Oh
Charlotte
my
or something.
Charlotte, though.
Yes!
She's fucking crazy. I love her.
I
though.
relate to her.
See, I love her. I can't relate to that character. I think she's one of the most genuine, vapid characters they've ever had. Because she's vapid. That girl's all she cares about finding her prince.
Yes.
And the shit of the Iceman is my favorite character, and I'm gay. Right. So that thing is like what I'm tired of now, and I'm sorry, but was it Layla? She made the valuable point, but not in the way she thinks. We shouldn't need to see ourselves physically in the character to see ourselves. I'm not saying there never should be a Muslim character, but it should be a Muslim character for a reason, because they come from that area, because it's integral to the story,
Or they
because
were
it
isekai.
adds to the
Or they were isekai.
right, like something like that. But when you just decide a character, a crippled spider, exactly, you just decide, well, it should be. Why? Representation. Then the story falls flat. It makes no sense. It's not good. And it doesn't come out good, and you don't want to hear it because it just, but gay rep. But that's the thing. Again,
I didn't see the problem with making John Kent half gay or bi. It's the story itself that was really bad.
all right, I
It
don't
was
know John
really
Kent.
bad.
That one.
It was really bad.
Oh, that is the crippled Spider-Man. See, there you go. Wait, is that the one that had that weird suit that was like purposely flamboyant? Is that the one? Because there was like a Spider-Man spin-off where it was like not only was he gay Spider-Man.
They did him dirty. Oh my gosh, I'm so mad about what they did. Oh no, wait, no, I'm thinking of the Captain
But I didn't
America.
say superhero. I
Captain
said
America.
Superman. And exactly, because that's what it was. They made Superman's son gay.
They made him. Excuse me, they made him bi or something like that. I don't care.
And the guy he's with had pink hair.
No, I don't think a lot of people had a problem with him being bi. It's the story. The story was bad. It was really bad.
Because all it cared about was that he was gay. Again, I don't care if you find out the dude is married and has 3 children from every country is adopted. I don't care. Make it valuable to the character. Write it so that way it's valuable. Don't do these things just because representation. I want it to be worth it. I want to sit there and be like, that makes sense. That I'm with that. I can understand that. I can go with that. If it doesn't make sense, you just did it, slap it in there. And that's my problem. That is my problem with all of this stuff. Because again, when you turn around and say that character's too white, there's too many white characters, then turn around and make good black characters, Asian characters, whatever.
You know what story they should make us? You know the actual story they should go off of Storm. Why don't we hear anything about Storm?
They never. That's a
Bring
great
back
character.
Storm. She's like one of the good ones. Or
Lori
Nightcrawler.
you're worth it. Starts on, and like I know I'm saying in general, like if it's someone like I wouldn't mind, but yes. So yes, I agree. But then that is the point, Layla.
Your lips are so dry.
They don't do it. This is the biggest issue I have. Instead, what they do is they take a character and they rewash it in a different ethnicity, and then they go, "You don't like it? Well, clearly you're racist. You had the spotlight for too long. You don't hear about Blade." And I don't want them to remake it ever. I think Wesley Snipes did the best Blade, and supposedly they're gonna remake it now. No, don't just make another character. Damn it! Just give me another black superhero. Do a Static Shock movie for fuck's sake.
Yeah, why haven't they touched Static Shock?
Like there are so many.
Bring back Static Shock. He's one of the good ones
There's so
too.
many characters that they could do this stuff with. You could do so many like, and they go, "Oh well, that IP isn't good enough." No, or well, look, this IP failed because like they do with the Eternals and stuff. Again, I talk about Elemental. Disney releases tons of original films, and they get accolades. They get praise. Stop saying that new stuff isn't going to get praise. But if you actively try to tank it, you're not going to get, like Luca. Luca barely got advertising. That was a good film.
That was weird.
Raya was okay.
Coco, oh, love
Coco was fantastic.
Oh, I loved Coco. Oh my gosh.
Do not play the song for me, especially after Mom died. Remember Me is like iconic. It's a beautiful song.
I almost cried in the theater.
And I did too. I
got yelled at in the theater.
And you know, and like, so Guillermo del Toro is a perfect example. You know what? That's a perfect example. I don't hear half these people talk about Guillermo del Toro.
Encanto.
Encanto was amazing.
I said my piece on
advertising
Encanto.
for it.
I liked Encanto. I strongly still believe it would have made a better series than a movie.
I don't.
I really
They're
think
gonna
it
make
would
a
have
series
been
for
better
it, but I don't want it.
No. Because I liked, as much as I liked the movie, I feel like because it had to be a movie, they rushed through some of the character developments and story plot. It made sense, but I feel like it could have been stretched out more.
I feel like with Encanto, it did a really good job of encapsulating. It's the last film Disney did really, really well. And I will say that part
Wish
of
is
it,
coming out. Wish looks good.
huh?
There's a movie
Yes,
called Wish
again.
that looks really good.
How many of you have heard of Wish?
No one.
How many of you have seen the advertisements for Wish, which, by the way, is coming out in 2 months?
Yay!
I believe it's either this year or next year.
There's
Here's
another
my-
movie that's coming out. What's it called?
What?
Have you seen Hair Love?
Again. Think about it. These companies are spending $20 billion on all of these films. Wish is the first original, no sequels, no nothing since Encanto. It's coming from Disney.
Not even Encanto was advertised very well.
Oh yes, it was. Like I saw
was?
a lot more.
I didn't see a
I
lot
haven't
of it.
seen a single commercial for Wish. I saw a lot for Encanto.
Do you know what movie I think is one of the best movies that has come out during the pandemic that literally no one talks about? The Mitchells versus the Machines.
I could not get into that film. I got so
I loved that movie.
You know why? Because I wanted to dent the daughter's teeth in. I thought she was the most annoying, irksome, spoiled, entitled brat. Oh my god! I wanted to destroy every bit of technology she had
so
just
funny.
because she was such a fucking bitch.
No!
Oh, I hated her.
love the Mitchells versus the Machines.
I hated
I
her
loved
so
it.
much.
I loved it.
And I hated how much they like leaned into her assholery, and they let her think it was appropriate to act that way. No,
No, I don't think that she was acting terrible.
she was terrible.
No, the Furby scene was great. I love the Furby scene.
I hated her so much.
I
have
love
other
that
reasons
Furby
why I'm
scene.
not gonna say on stream. I'll tell you afterwards.
Oh, it's such a good movie. Oh no, why would you say that?
It was a hot mess. I will say this: the anime. Yes, thank you. I hate the spoiled kids trope. And do you know where the spoiled kids trope happens a lot? Romance. Do you know what this little shit comes in, 12 years old? I've had a crush on him first. I know no longer. You haven't even hit puberty yet. Shut the fuck up. Like, so I get really pissed at spoiled kid tropes because here's what happens in the spoiled kid trope. Just like it did in Mitchell's versus the Machines.
No, I don't think she was
Everybody
spoiled.
placates the spoiled kid and tries to accommodate him, make him feel like, oh, well, you hurt your feelings. Too fucking bad. So it's like she needs them hurt. Clearly, she hasn't had it enough. And so for me, I don't like it. I don't like Natanya. It literally, I will tell you, Natanya and Breen, out of all my followers, I swear they pay attention to me the most.
Oh no, I love them. You're breaking my heart, Lady Starzan.
This is the shit that pisses me off the most. Like, for instance,
Oh goodness.
oh, there's one anime I watched. Stars on a show you. Cry more, child.
No!
There's this show I watched and I got so mad at it. And Starman knows. He sees it a mile away. There's a character that I'm not gonna like. So I forget what it is. I forget the name of it, but it was this man is level 999, and it's the one where the two people meet on an online game, and then they meet in person. They end up dating. He's got a little friend that's the little sister of the leader of the guild, and she's really, really cute. And the main character girl really likes her. This girl nearly gets the main character killed. Ooh. They give her a really stern talking to, and then the main character defends her. And then, very typical, stop me if you've seen this scene before. Oh, I just didn't want anyone to leave me. Oh. You laughing because you know it's in a fucking anime. And they let these children get away with it, and then they go, oh, and then everybody spoils that little shit again. And then the cycle continues because that kid, that one lost kid that interrupts the date, that one's and see,
that would be me in a show.
This is the shit I hate spoiled kid tropes because everyone always ends up redemption arcing these kids instead of giving them the fucking pain they deserve of rejection and learning their lesson. Instead, the main character always somehow wins over their hearts and they all become pieces of wings when it's not true at all. It never happens that way. Pisses me off so much, as you can see. So, yeah, no, that's why I didn't like Mitchell's versus the Machines. I'm running out of water. But that's one of those, like I said, this is the romance tropes that always bother me. It's like, right? You might like Damian Wayne then because he gets beat. I love a good child beating. What? But all right,
Lady Starzan's favorite anime is Promised Neverland.
I've heard of that one.
You've never seen? No, I've never seen it either. But you've never heard of it?
I've heard of it, but I can't recall off the top of my head. It is also
I've never seen
4 a.m. It's 4 a.m. for us,
It is
PGs,
very,
but,
yeah.
And I just got through going off on a tangent about this shit because
It's just been a while since I've talked about anime in its purest of pure forms.
Well, I think it's because you and I can just we went off for 2 hours about anime.
That's how it is. That's how it is in Wii World. You could just talk about this stuff for hours and hours.
So true. And that's the thing. It's like, so now you guys know would truly. People got mad for it being racist. Now what's racist? Everything is racist.
What was racist? The Promised Neverland?
Reading is racist right now. Mathematics are racist. It's 3 a.m. for
Yeah,
Natalia.
because black people can't read, nor can we do math.
You can't. You
To
can't.
be fair,
operate
I'm
cell
just very
phones
bad
either.
at math.
You can't operate cell phones and forget how to use the internet either. Don't forget.
Mhm. Mhm.
And if you
And
vote
we're afraid of
Trump-
water because we can't swim.
That's true.
Mhm.
True. And you guys don't know your dads whatsoever. of
Nope.
course. And you're just as bright as white kids.
Yep. What a
Well,
privilege.
Peach, if you come back to your server, you can talk about anime.
Shots fired.
Is that
Yep. I
black
deserve
cats
that.
being salty?
Yep. Trees are racist. They are. They're full of
Oh,
bark.
having fun is racist. Being able to laugh and run through a field is racist. Oh yeah, everything is racist.
What kind of field? Cotton field? Where are we going with this?
Yo, Peachy, did you just have a clever quip? That's my baby. And what? Peachy, I would say before we start getting sleep drunk, what
Maybe that's
Scooby? She liked that one.
Checks her DMs. I don't. I really should.
Okay, but
I'm
Black
just
Cat-
never online. Like I don't know. I'm usually like watching YouTube on my TV
normally don't.
or like petting the dog or sleeping. Like I'm just not socially interacting with people. It's been a long few weeks.
We normally don't. Desert Jack. Peachy got me going about fan fiction.
Yeah, it's still good.
2 hours later.
There's some
not-
good stuff out there. You
not-
gotta give it a chance.
It's not. I gave
You
it
gotta
a
give
chance.
it a chance.
Blame Harry Potter.
No. There are some really good ones out there. I promise you. You got to be a connoisseur like me. You
Well,
just
listen,
gotta.
let's go be a
gotta look.
connoisseur of sleep, and we're going to talk about OnlyFans moms next week.
Yes.
So be here, and then maybe if Faye goes to sleep, we'll continue the trash that is fan fiction.
Yep.
But see, she agreed. It's trash.
It's
Anyways,
trash, but it's amazing trash. Like you said we crave junk food every now and then. That's literally me in fan fiction. Like I'll wake up one morning and I'm like, I want a good fan
truly
fiction where
junk
everyone's alive and no one's dead, and I'll just read it. Like
everyone's alive and no one's dead.
yeah, like an Attack on Titan fic where like everyone just lives and everyone dies, and I'm like, this is nice. This is a nice little story.
Of
course,
think about it, Akuma,
they don't
my
exist,
throat
but-
hurts now from all of this.
wait, what?
Talk
OnlyFans.
more about anime.
There's an OnlyFans brother and sister. Oh,
And yeah, Black Cats. In Peachy's defense, you will send like 50 in a day, young lady.
I was on what?
When she sends messages, Black Cats will send like messages. Like there are days when I have to mute my phone when I'm at my dad's or I'm at work because I'll hear Kim Possible going off and off and off and off and off and off and off. And it's her because she's on a sharing binge. That is the name I see the most because on Instagram her name is Check. And it say check, 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 check. And I'm like, oh God. So and I have a hard time keeping up with it because I won't realize how many she shared and it doesn't load right for me.
Oh
So then I have a
no.
hard time getting back to it because I click on it and then I go back and it brings me all the way back to the bottom. And I'm like, so it takes a while. And it's not just her, it's her, Edie, Sharpie Thief, Rachel, Drawing Demon, a couple of people. I get a lot of people that share to me. And so I've got like, I think I slowed down. You have in the last week or two. I will say that. Damn, Black Cats, I don't get that many from you.
Aww. All right.
But all right, you take us
I
out
gotta go to
first.
bed.
You go lead us
My
out.
dog is licking me. That's usually his sign for a mother. I'm concerned.
Well, take us out. I want you to go ahead and say what you need to say first about your channel and everything else.
So yeah, I'm on Twitch. The name Just Peachy, literally as in the description, except with an extra E because someone else took Just Peachy for some reason, so I had to put an extra E. I still don't know who, but I have my eye on you.
Someone could
What else? I haven't been streaming consistently, unfortunately. Lots happened. I'm hoping to get back into the game soon. I'm hoping to stream tomorrow, actually. But please feel free to follow if you'd like. I talk about everything and nothing at the same time. Yeah, I have a dog too. He's cute.
As for me, you will see me tomorrow night with Horror Murata. Tuesday, you'll see me at noon. And I was supposed to get the video out this week, but I had 2 events, and I've been working very late. YouTube is censoring me because I keep cursing. Yeah, if you swear too much, if you
I
already
don't swear. Let's just let you know. No,
she swears
I'm an
a lot.
innocent child who's done nothing wrong in her life ever.
But we've got a theme for
Sure.
next week. I will talk to you guys. Thank you, everyone, for everything. I need to pee, and I need to go to bed. But
Me
I love
too.
you all. Remember, tell people they're important to you. You love them to be safe. So, guys, I love you. Be safe. Peachy, I love you. Be safe.
Love you.
Great night, everyone. Bye, everyone.